The Hinterkaifeck murders. Yo, Foxy, how are you today? How are you today? Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I like how you do drive-bys. You come in and say hi. It's funny. Today I'm going to read a story about murder. You're good for those, yeah. It's all good. But this is the Hinterkaifeck murders. This is based on a true story. It's really happened. In the early days of April 1922, a strange quiet settled over the clearing at Hinterkaifeck. It was a remote farmstead nestled tightly against the dark patch of Bavarian pine forest known as the Gruberwood, about an hour's ride north of Munich. To the passing eye, nothing seemed amiss. The slate skies of a brutal, lingering winter hung low over the homestead, and from the chimney a thin, steady ribbon of gray smoke drifted into the cold air. Neighbors passing by on the perimeter road saw that smoke. They noted it, comforted by the simple physics of rural life. Smoke means a fire. The fire means a hearth. A hearth means a family, gathered inside, waiting out the frost. When the local mailman, Joseph Mayer, walked a lonely trail by the farm on Saturday, April 1st, he left the weekly papers. He noticed the courtyard was unusually still, but the chimney was working. When a repairman named Michael Plockel arrived on Monday to fix a motor in the barn, he found the farm locked, shrouded in an eerie, heavy silence. But as he worked alone for hours, he noticed the chimney was still breathing. Someone was keeping the coals fed. Someone was cooking. On Tuesday, the village schoolmaster grew worried. 7-year-old Kazilla Gabriel hadn't shown up for class. She was a diligent girl, not one to miss school without word. Finally, a group of local men decided to walk the path into the woods to check on the family. They expected to find the Gruber household nursing a seasonal flu, perhaps trapped indoors by the late snow. They walked into the yard. They opened the heavy door to the barn, and there, beneath a layer of straw and a discarded wooden board, they found them. 4 bodies, stacked like cordwood. Andreas Gruber, 63 years old, his wife, Kazilla, 72, their widowed daughter, Victoria, 35, and her young daughter, little Kazilla, just 7. Inside the main house, in the nursery, lay the youngest, 2-year-old Joseph, struck down in his bassinet. And in the maid's quarters, Maria Baumgartner, 44 years old. It was her very first day on the job. She had arrived at Hinterkaifeck just a few hours before nightfall on Friday. She never saw the sunrise. The skull of every single human being on that property had been shattered by a heavy, bladed iron tool. But then came the detail that turned a local tragedy into a haunting historical nightmare. The town medical examiner conducted the autopsies right there on the farm. He established the time of death as Friday night, March 31st. Friday night. Which meant that 4 full days, while the mail was delivered, while the repairman worked in the barn, while the smoke drifted peacefully from the chimney, and while the livestock were meticulously fed and watered, the killer had stayed. The monster didn't flee into the woods. The monster moved in. They slept in the family's beds. They ate the family's bread. They sat by the fire, stoked the logs, and watched the smoke rise into the Bavarian sky, while 6 cold bodies lay just beyond the kitchen door. This is the story of the Hinterkaifeck murders, a century-old riddle where the footprints only lead one way, the shadows move in the attic, and the ghost is made of flesh and blood. To understand the horror of what happened at Hinterkaifeck, you have to understand the geography of the place and the internal geography of the people who live there. Bavaria in 1922 was a place fractured by the aftermath of the Great War. Germany was drowning in hyperinflation, political violence, and social paranoia. Young men, brutalized by years in the trenches of the Western Front, had returned to a society that had no place for them. Drifters, deserters, and bandits stalked the rural countrysides, moving from village to village, living off what they could steal or beg from isolated farms. And Hinterkaifeck was the definition of isolated. The word Hinter means behind. Kaifeck was the nearby village. The farm was quite literally the place behind Kaifeck. It sat roughly half a kilometer outside the main town, completely screened from view by a thick, oppressive forest. It was a self-contained world, a massive four-winged homestead where the living quarters, the stables, and the barn were all interconnected under one sprawling roof. You could walk from the kitchen to the cattle stalls without ever stepping outside. It was built to keep the winter out, but it was also perfect for trapping a family inside. The people inside the house were not well liked by the villagers of Kaifeck. In fact, they were viewed with a mixture of pity, disgust, and deep suspicion. The patriarch was André Gruber. By all accounts, Andreas was a hard, misanthropic, and deeply cruel man. He was incredibly wealthy from his farming, but he was notorious for his stinginess. He had no friends. He treated his elderly wife, Kazilla, with routine physical violence. The villagers whispered that Kazilla's face was permanently lined with the exhaustion of a woman broken by decades of domestic tyranny. But the dark center of the Gruber family home was a secret that everyone in town knew, but no one dared speak aloud to the authorities. Andreas Gruber had an incestuous relationship with his daughter, Victoria. Victoria was a beautiful woman with a hauntingly clear singing voice. She sang in the church choir, a brief window of grace in a life defined by darkness. Her husband, Karl Gabriel, had been sent to the trenches of France and was reported killed at the Battle of Arras in 1914. She was left a young widow, trapped on the isolated farm with her abusive father. In 1915, Victoria gave birth to her daughter, Kazilia. A few years later, in 1919, she gave birth to a boy, little Joseph. The birth certificate for Joseph listed the father as a neighboring farmer named Lorenz Schlittenbauer, but the town knew the truth. Years prior, Andreas and Victoria had actually been convicted of incest and served brief prison sentences. When Joseph was born, Andreas had desperately tried to force Schlittenbauer to marry his daughter to cover up the family's ongoing sins. Schlittenbauer refused. The Gruber farm was a pressure cooker of shame, isolation, and immense wealth. Rumors swirled around the taverns that Andreas didn't trust banks. It was whispered that thousands of gold marks were buried somewhere on the property, hidden beneath the floorboards or tucked away in the brickwork of the cold attic. To the outside world, Hinterkaifeck was a fortress of secrets. But in the winter of 1921, the fortress began to crack from the inside, and the first sign of the coming nightmare didn't come from a whisper in the village. It came from the maid. Her name was Crescens Rieger, though everyone called her Krithald. She had worked as the live-in maid at Hinterkaifeck for months, enduring the grim atmosphere, the screaming matches between Andreas and his wife, and the heavy, unholy silence of the house. But by late autumn of 1921, Krithald could no longer take it. One morning, she packed her meager belongings in a frenzy. She didn't ask for her remaining wages. She didn't offer a 2-week notice. She practically ran down the snow-covered lane away from the farm, her chest heaving, her eyes wild with a terror that she couldn't fully articulate. When she reached the safety of the village, she told anyone who would listen a story that the locals dismissed as the hysterics of an overworked girl. Brethild swore that Hinterkaifeck was haunted. She told the villagers that for weeks she had been hearing things, not the normal groans of an old timber farmhouse, but deliberate, careful movements. She heard footsteps shuffling through the floorboards directly above her head in the dead of night. She heard scratching inside the walls, and the faint, unmistakable sound of sighing coming from the locked, unused rooms of the estate. She told them she felt an eye on her, a presence. Someone or something was living in the shadows of the farm, watching the family, waiting for the lights to go out. Andreas Gruber mocked her, called her foolish, a superstitious girl, and watched her leave with contempt. For the next 6 months, the family chose to live without a maid. They did the heavy labor themselves, retreating deeper into their isolation. The winter of 1921 bled into the freezing spring of 1922. The snow refused to melt. The farm stood alone against the woods. And then in the final weeks of March, the haunting didn't belong to the maid anymore, because Andreas Gruber started hearing the footsteps too. By the third week of March 1922, the isolation of Hinterkaifeck had deepened. The snow fell in heavy, wet sheets blanketing the Bavarian plains and sealing the Gruber family inside their interconnected fortress. But the walls were no longer keeping the outside world out. The outside world had already breached the perimeter. It began on the morning of March 26th. Andreas Gruber stepped out onto the porch to check the perimeter of the courtyard. The snow had stopped falling just hours before dawn, leaving a pristine, undisturbed canvas of white stretching from the farmhouse all the way to the edge of the Gruber wood. Except it wasn't undisturbed. There, cutting a straight, deliberate line through the drifts, was a trail of footprints, heavy, deep indentations from a pair of sturdy winter boots. They began at the tree line of the dark forest, marched directly across the open field, and led straight up to the back wall of the machine shed. Andreas frowned, tracking the prints with his eyes. He expected to find the return trail, the signs of a traveler who had realized they were trespassing, turned around, and walked back to the main road. He walked along the trail, his breath fogging in the freezing air, but as he reached the wall of the shed, his blood went cold. There were no returning tracks. The footprints led to the house. They didn't lead away. Terrified but driven by his stubborn pride, Andreas searched the entire property. He checked the barn, the stables, and the tool sheds. Yet he found nothing. He went into the village of Kaifeck later that day and spoke to his neighbors, including Lawrence Schlittenbauer, the man who had a bitter legal history with the family. Andreas told them about the prints. He told them that he had searched the haylofts and found nothing. The villagers, used to Andreas' sour demeanor, suggested it might have been a drifter or a poacher. Schlittenbauer offered to lend Andreas a shotgun for protection. But Andreas, true to his arrogant nature, refused. He claimed he didn't need a gun, and he didn't need the town's help. He went back to his fortress, alone. But the house was changing. Over the next 48 hours, the fabric of daily life at Hinterkaifeck began to unravel. First, the house keys vanished. Not just the key to the front door, but a heavy iron ring holding the keys to the tool sheds and the secure storage lockers. The family searched every drawer, every coat pocket. They were gone. Then a strange object appeared on the kitchen table. It was a newspaper, an issue of the Schrobenhausener Zeitung. Andreas Gruber looked at it in confusion. He didn't subscribe to this paper, neither did his wife or daughter. No one in the household had purchased it, yet there it sat, freshly printed. resting in the center of the house like a calling card left by an invisible ghost. Guest, sorry, not ghost. That night, the noises returned with a vengeance. It wasn't just the phantom scraping the maid had complained about 6 months prior. It was loud, heavy, deliberate footsteps pacing back and forth directly over the ceiling of the master bedroom. Andreas woke up in the dark, staring at the ceiling timbers. He grabbed a lantern and an iron bar, creeping up the narrow, steep stairs into the cavernous attic. The attic was vast, filled with old furniture, loose straw, and dust. The lantern light threw long, distant shadows against the rafters. He found no one. But as he turned to leave, he noticed something strange near the chimney breast. The dust on the floorboards had been disturbed, and in the thick insulation layer of loose straw, there was a depression, a hollowed-out nest, large enough for a grown man to lie down in. And from that specific vantage point in the straw, a small knothole in the floorboards provided a clear, unobstructed view directly down into the kitchen below. Someone had been lying there. For days. For weeks. Watching them eat. Watching them sleep. Counting their numbers. Learning their routines. And then came Friday, March 31st, the day the trap finally snapped shut. A wagon pulled up into the courtyard of Hinterkaifeck. Sitting in the back was Maria Baumgartner, 44 years old. She was a quiet, hard-working woman who had spent her life in domestic service. Her sister had driven her to the farm to start a new job as the Gruber family's live-in maid. Maria was apprehensive. She knew the rumors about the Hinterkaifeck, but she needed the wages. Her sister helped her unload her wooden trunk, carrying it into the small maid's quarters adjacent to the kitchen. They shared a brief, hushed goodbye. Her sister climbed back into the wagon and drove down the long lane, watching the silhouettes of the farmhouse shrink into the twilight. She was the last person outside of that farm to see the inhabitants of the Hinterkaifeck alive. We will never know the exact sequence of words spoken that night. We can only piece together the choreography of death from the positions of the bodies and the cold, clinical findings of the autopsy reports. Night fell quickly, swallowing the farm in total darkness. Sometime around 8:00 p.m., something drew the family out of the warmth of their living quarters and into the pitch-black, freezing interior of the adjoining barn. It was likely a disturbance among the animals. Perhaps a cow bellowed in distress, or a horse began kicking violently at its wooden stall. Andreas Gruber was the first to investigate. He left the kitchen, walking through the connecting corridor into the darkness of the barn. Didn't bring a lantern. He knew the layout of his barn by heart. He walked past the animal stalls, stepping onto the dirt floor of the threshing area. He didn't see a shadow waiting for him in the dark. He didn't hear the rush of air as a heavy bladed iron tool, a mattock, a combination of a pickaxe and an adze, was raised high into the rafters. The bladed end of the mattock split Andreas' skull wide open. He collapsed instantly into the straw, his life leaking into the dirt. Back in the house, the minutes ticked by. Andreas didn't return. His wife, 72-year-old Cecilia, grew uneasy. She wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and stepped into the barn to find her husband. She called out his name into the gloom. She walked into the threshing area, where she saw the dark shape on the floor. Before her brain could process what she was looking at, the shadow moved again. The old woman was struck with incredible violence. The blow shattered her jaw and cracked her cranium. She fell beside her husband, her fingers clutching convulsively at the straw. The autopsy would later reveal that in her final, agonizing moments of consciousness, She tore out handfuls of her own hair in pain and terror. Next came the daughter, 35-year-old Victoria. Whether she heard something or simply went to see why both of her parents had vanished into the dark, she stepped into the barn. She brought her 7-year-old daughter, little Kazelia, who clutched at her mother's apron. They walked right into the slaughterhouse. Victoria was struck down first, her throat severed by the sharp corner of the iron tool. Little Kazelia was next. The blow didn't kill the child immediately. She fell to the dirt, her skull fractured, bleeding heavily, paralyzed by trauma, condemned to spend her final hours lying in the dark beside the corpses of her entire family. The killer stood alone in the barn, breathing heavily, the bloody mattock resting against his boot. The 4 primary targets were dead or dying, but the house wasn't empty. The killer walked out of the barn and entered the warmth of the house. He bypassed the kitchen and walked down the narrow hallway toward the maid's quarters. Maria Baumgartner had been on the property for less than 4 hours. She was likely in her bed, perhaps reading by candlelight, completely oblivious to the butchery that had just occurred 50 feet away. The door opened. Maria never even had a chance. She was executed right there in her bed. Her blood sprang across her unpacked wooden trunk and the whitewashed walls of her tiny room. There was only one soul left alive on the property. 2-year-old Joseph. He was asleep in his wicker bassinet in his mother's bedroom. The killer walked into the bedroom. He stood over the bassinet of an innocent child. There was no mercy in the darkness of Hinterkaifeck. The mattock was raised one final time. 6 people. 6 lives ended in the span of an hour. The Gruber family line was extinguished. But for Hinterkaifeck, the horror was only just beginning, because the lights in the farmhouse did not go out. What happened next is the detail that elevates the Hinterkaifeck murders from a brutal robbery into a masterpiece of psychological terror. The killer did not return. He did not panic. He did not vanish into the safety of the night. Instead, he wiped the blood from his hands, took off his heavy winter coat, and made himself at home. For the next 4 days, from Friday night until Tuesday afternoon, the killer lived a life of quiet, domestic routine inside the house of the victims. He was hungry after his labor. He went into the pantry, cut slices of smoked meat, baked bread, and ate the family's food at the kitchen table. When the fire burned low, he walked out to the woodpile, gathered logs, and stoked the stove, keeping the house warm against the April frost. He was a meticulous houseguest. He walked into the stables and the barn, stepping right over the stacked bodies of Andreas, Kazelia, Victoria, and the little girl. He grabbed the feed buckets. He watered the horses. He milked the cows. The livestock were found healthy, calm, and well-fed days later. If they hadn't been cared for, the cows would have been bellowing in agony within 24 hours from unmilked udders, alerting the nearest neighbors. But the killer kept the farm running like a clock. On Saturday, the mailman arrived, slipping the papers into the slot. The killer watched from the window, remaining silent. On Monday, Michael Plocky, the repairman, spent hours fixing the engine in the barn. He knocked on the doors, but no one answered. Yet he noticed a strange detail. The dog, a small Spitz, was tied up outside, barking furiously at the house. Later, Someone brought the dog inside, because when the search party arrived, the dog was found locked in the kitchen, injured, but half alive, having been fed by the killer. Who sinks into the domestic rhythm of a family they have just slaughtered? What kind of mind sleeps in the bed of a woman they murdered hours prior, with her 2-year-old child lying cold in a cradle right down the hall? On Tuesday, April 4th, the illusion finally broke. Lauren Schlittenbauer, along with 2 other men, Jacob Sigel and Michael Pohl, decided to investigate why no one had seen the Grubers for days. They walked into the yard. They found the doors locked. They forced their way into the barn through the engine room. They walked into the threshing area, stepping through the dim light. Schlittenbauer saw the loose straw and the heavy wooden board covering a pile in the corner. He reached down and pulled the board away. There they were, stacked on top of one another, their faces unrecognizable, their clothes stiff with frozen blood. The men panicked. Pohl and Sigel ran back into the yard, vomiting from the horror. But Schlittenbauer did something incredibly bizarre. Instead of running, he walked directly into the house alone. He used the keys, which he claimed to have found missing but suddenly located, to unlock the rooms. He walked into the maid's quarters, then to the nursery. He emerged minutes later, calmly telling the others that the rest of the household was dead inside. Within hours, the Munich police arrived, led by legendary detective George Reingruber. The scene they found was a chaotic puzzle. Money was left out on the kitchen table in plain sight. Gold coins and expensive jewelry were untouched in the drawers. This was not a simple robbery gone wrong. This was personal. It was calculated. And then came the most grotesque detail of the entire investigation. Because the local medical examiners lacked the advanced forensic tools of the modern era, they resorted to desperate measures. They removed the heads of all 6 victims. The skulls were packed into crates and shipped to Munich, where specialists examined the fracture patterns to determine the exact shape of the weapon. Desperate for answers, the police even handed the skulls over to local clairvoyants and psychic mediums, hoping they could touch the bone and see the face of the killer in a trance. The psychics saw nothing but darkness. The farm was demolished a year later, in 1923, by surviving relatives. Today, nothing remains but a simple stone monument standing in the middle of a quiet Bavarian field. The skulls of the family were lost in the chaos of World War II, meaning they were buried in anonymous graves, forever separated from their bodies. A century has passed, and the questions still echo through the Gruber wood. Who was the phantom in the attic? Why did they stay? And who carried the secrets of Hinterkaifeck to their grave? Over the last 100 years, the Munich police and independent historians have vetted over 100 suspects, yet the file remains open. Let's look at the 3 names that define the mystery. Suspect 1, Lawrence Schlittenbauer. He's the neighbor who led the search party, the man who had a child with Victoria. The motives swarm around him like fleas. He was angry about child support. He knew the layout of the farm. He knew Andreas was abusive. When the bodies were found, Schlittenbauer walked through the house, touching items, disturbing the crime scene, and even moving the corpses before police arrived. Was it the frantic actions of a grieving neighbor, or a calculated effort to destroy fingerprint evidence? He lived the rest of his life under a cloud of suspicion, winning multiple defamation lawsuits against villagers who openly called him the murderer of the Hinterkaifeck. Suspect 2, Carl Gabriel. Victoria's husband, reported killed in action in France in 1914, but his body was never recovered. True crime historians have long speculated that Carl did not die in the trenches. What if he deserted? What if he returned to Bavaria in 1922, walked to the woods to his old home, and discovered his wife had given birth to a 2-year-old son fathered by her own father? The sheer vengeful rage required to commit those murders fits a man brutalized by the Western Front returning to find his home corrupted by incest. Multiple soldiers later claimed they served with a man in Russia after the war who claimed to be the killer of Hinterkaifeck. Suspect 3, Adolf and Anton Gump, local bandits and right-wing paramilitaries who stalked the countryside after World War I. Rumors placed them in the area, and a deathbed confession decades later implicated them in a brutal farm robbery. But with the money left untouched on the table, the motives fall apart. In 2007, the Furstenfeldbruck Police Academy took a modern look at the case using modern criminological techniques. They used DNA profiling, geographic mapping, and psychological analysis. They reached a definitive conclusion. They discovered exactly who did it. But out of respect for the living descendants of the families involved, the Academy chose to keep the name sealed forever. The killer is dead, their name locked in a modern police archive, while the myth of the Hinterkaifeck belongs to history. The footprints in the snow remain, and they still point towards the house. Dun 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 dun. That was based on a true story. Let's see what else we got. I'm going to have AI write me another story based on something else. But first, some music. The next one is the Villisca Axe Murderers. Think about the last time you were home alone at night. Let me update my title first. Dum. And there we go. Think about the last time you were home alone at night. Think about that sudden, irrational spike of adrenaline when a floorboard creaks down the hall or a shadow shifts in the corner of your eye. You tell yourself it's just the house settling. You tell yourself that the locks are secure, the windows are shut, and that the world outside cannot touch you. We buy locks to keep the world out. But on the night of June 9th, 1912, in the small town of Villisca, Iowa, the Moore family learned the most terrifying lesson a human being can learn. The lock is completely useless. The monster's already inside. At 8 a.m. on Monday morning, a neighbor named Ross Moore unlocked the front door of his brother Josiah's house. The home was suffocatingly hot, the air heavy and completely still. Every single window shade had been pulled down to the sill, sealing the interior in a perpetual synthetic twilight. Ross walked down the quiet hallway, pushed open the door to the guest room, and peered into the gloom. He didn't see a crime scene. Not at first. He just saw a bed and two figures hidden beneath a dark, stiff blanket. He reached out, his fingers catching the edge of the sheet, and pulled it back. He didn't scream. The human brain doesn't allow you to scream when it encounters something that breaks reality. He just stepped backward out of the house and into the morning sun. Behind him in the dark lay 8 people. Josiah Moore, his wife Sarah, their 4 young children, and 2 neighborhood girls who had simply come over for a sleepover. 8 people, systematically destroyed while they slept. But the true horror of Villisca isn't the blood, or the heavy iron axe left leaning against the wall. The true horror is the timeline. Because before the first blow ever fell, the killer did something that will make you look at your own ceiling tonight with a cold, hollow dread. The night of June 9th was beautiful. The Moore family, Josiah, Sarah, 11-year-old Herman, 9-year-old Catherine, 7-year-old Boyd, and 5-year-old Paul, had spent the evening at the Presbyterian church. It was Children's Day. The kids wore their Sunday's best, recited verses, and laughed with their friends. Walking home in the warm, late-night rain, they were accompanied by Lena and Ina Stillinger, 2 sisters from down the road who had been invited to stay the night. They arrived home at 10 p.m. They unlocked the front door. They took off their wet shoes, ate a small snack in the kitchen, and climbed the stairs to bed. One by one, the lamps in the house were blown out until the home was entirely dark. But the house wasn't empty. Hours earlier, while the Moores were still singing hymns at the church, a man had walked up to the house. He didn't force a window. Simply turned the knob on the back door, found it unlocked, and stepped into the quiet kitchen. He didn't steal anything. He didn't touch the silver. Instead, he walked up the stairs, located a small, narrow door, and crawled into the pitch-black void of the attic. And then he sat down. For more than 3 hours, this man sat in the suffocating heat of the ceiling crawlspace, holding a heavy, long-handled house axe between his knees. He sat there in total, unblinking darkness. He listened to the front door open. He listened to the voices of the children as they brushed their teeth. He listened to the floorboards groan as Josiah and Sarah climbed into bed right below him. He waited through the sights, the sighs, the shifting of blankets, and the gradual, rhythmic breathing of a family falling into a deep, trusting sleep. He didn't rush. He had all night. He waited until the house was completely defenseless. And then he opened the attic door. The killer moved down the stairs in his stocking feet. He carried a small kerosene lamp, the wick turned down so low it emitted only a faint, ghostly blue glow. He didn't bring his own weapon. He didn't need to. He'd found Josiah's axe downstairs on the porch. He walked into the master bedroom first. Josiah and Sarah Moore were asleep, side by side. The medical examiner would later note that Josiah took the worst of it. The killer raised the axe and brought the sharp, bladed edge down directly into Josiah's face, killing him instantly. Then he turned the weapon around, using the blunt, heavy iron butt of the axe head to strike Sarah. Neither of them ever made a sound. The killer then stepped over the threshold into the next room, where the 4 children lay tucked into their beds. Herman, Catherine, Boyd, Paul. He moved from bed to bed in the faint blue light, the heavy iron rising and falling in the dark. Finally, he walked down the stairs to the parlor, where the 2 guest girls, Lena and Ina, were sleeping. 11 of the 12 people in that house died without ever knowing a killer was in the room. But when the doctors examined 12-year-old Lena Stillinger, they found something that broke the town's heart. Lena was lying crossways on the bed. There was a deep, defensive gash on her forearm, and her foot was pressed against the wall, as if she had tried to kick her way away from the attacker. In the final, fleeting seconds of her life, Lena had opened her eyes. She had seen the blue glow of the lamp. She had seen the silhouette of a stranger standing over her bed, the axe raised against the ceiling. She had realized, in a single, paralyzing heartbeat, that she was entirely alone in the dark with a monster. And then, the blow fell. What happens after a mass murder tells you everything about the mind of the killer. A panicked person runs. A desperate robber flees into the night, terrified of the dawn. But this man didn't run. He stayed. He walked through the silent house, where the only sound left was blood dripping from the mattresses onto the floorboards. He went to the closets and pulled out shirts, skirts, and winter coats. He walked to every window in the house and carefully draped the clothing over the glass, pinning them down so no neighbor walking by at dawn could look inside. Then, he went back to the dead. He took sheets and blankets and covered the shattered faces of all 8 victims, hiding them from view. He walked to the vanity mirrors in the bedrooms and covered the glass with towels. He even covered the glass panels on the kitchen cabinets. Think about that imagery. A man standing in a house of butchered children, meticulously covering every reflective surface. Was he afraid of their ghost would look back at him from the silver glass? Or was he unable to look at the reflection of his own face? Before he left, he walked into the kitchen. He opened the icebox, took out a 4-pound slab of raw bacon, wrapped it carefully in a towel, and laid it on the living room floor, next to the bloody axe. He filled a ceramic bowl with water. He stood over the sink, slowly washing the blood from his hands, watching the water turn deep crimson into the dawn light. He unlocked the door, stepped out into the morning mist, and vanished into the history books. A century has passed since that June night. The house still stands on East 2nd Street in Villisca, its rooms quiet, its shades still drawn. No one was ever convicted. The name of the man who sat in the attic has been lost in time. But the next time you lay in bed, and you hear a faint, inexplicable sound above your head in the quiet of the night, don't just ignore it. Because sometimes the shadows in the attic are waiting for you to close your eyes. The next one's called the Setagaya Family Murders. I wonder who did that. Let me check and see if my mic's still on. And so many problems, I guess it's still working. On the morning of December 31st, 2000, the world was preparing to cross the threshold. It was the final day of the 20th century. Global anxieties about the Y2K digital apocalypse had dissolved, and the streets of Tokyo were filled with the crisp, cold air of a celebratory New Year's Eve. But inside a modern 3-story home in the quiet suburbs of Setagaya Ward, time had already stopped. At 10:40 a.m., Asahi Nihei, a 71-year-old woman, walked across the small courtyard separating her home from her daughter's house next door. The two residences shared a wall. Because of the modern architectural design, you had to step outside to move between them. Asahi had been trying to call her daughter, Yusuko, all morning. The line was persistently busy. Assuming someone had left the receiver off the hook, Asahi used her spare key to unlock the front door of number 32618, Kamisoshigaya. The house was freezing. The heat was off. The hallway was swallowed in a heavy, breathless quiet. Asahi called out into the dark. No one answered. She took a few steps forward into the entranceway, her eyes adjusting to the dim winter light filtering through the high windows. At the base of the stairs leading to the second floor, she found her son-in-law, 44-year-old Mikio Mizuyawa, lying on his back. He had been stabbed repeatedly with an expensive sashimi-style knife. The blade had broken off inside him. Terrified, the elderly woman ran upstairs toward the bedrooms, her voice catching in her throat. On the second floor, she found her 8-year-old granddaughter, Nina, and her daughter, Yasuko. They lay together on the floor in the mezzanine loft. In the adjacent bedroom, tucked into his small bed, was 6-year-old Ray. He was the only victim who had not been stabbed. He'd been strangled to death while he slept. An entire family, extinguished on the eve of a new millennium. In true crime history, we are used to the archetype of the phantom, the killer who strikes like lightning under the cover of darkness and evaporates into the night before the world can realize what they've done. But the Setagaya case belongs to an entirely different, vastly more disturbing category of human aberration. The medical examiner would later establish that the Maezawa family was murdered at approximately 11:30 on Saturday night, December 30th. Yet when the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department analyzed the family's desktop computer, they discovered something that caused the veteran detectives to look at one another in complete, unvarnished horror. Someone had used the family's internet connection at 1:18, and then again at 10 a.m. on Sunday morning. For nearly 11 hours after slaughtering a mother, a father, and 2 young children, the killer didn't flee. He didn't hide. He turned on their computer. He browsed the internet. He ate their food. He sorted through their trash, and he lived inside the structural warmth of their home while their bodies lay freezing on the floors around him. He didn't leave a ghost trail. He left an ocean of physical evidence: clothes, blood, DNA, fingerprints, and weapons. Over 200,000 police officers would work this case over the next quarter century. And yet, today, the desk remains empty. The chair remains empty. This is the anatomy of a perfect modern nightmare. To understand why the Maezawa home became a target, you have to look at the physical geometry of their neighborhood. In the late 1990s, the Tokyo municipal government began a massive expansion project for Soshigawa Park. To build the park, the city bought up the surrounding residential land, systematically demolishing an entire neighborhood of homes. By December of 2000, almost everyone had moved away. Where there once stood a bustling, dense block of suburban Tokyo housing, there were now only 4 homes left standing. The rest of the land had been scraped down to gray dirt and chain-link fences. The Maezawa home was essentially isolated on the extreme northern edge of the expanding, desolate park. Their closest neighbor was Yasuko's mother, Asahi, who lived in a twin house attached to theirs. Beyond that, there was only darkness, trees, and the echoing expanse of an empty recreation ground. Mikio Maezawa was an educated gentleman who worked for an international brand consultancy firm. His wife, Yasuko, ran a successful cram school out of her home, teaching young children mathematics and English. They were typical of Tokyo's rising middle class, meticulous, quiet, and deeply devoted to their children. But their isolation made them vulnerable. At night, the park behind their home became dark and deserted. Skateboarders used the concrete plazas nearby late into the evening, their wheels clattering against the stone, the noise echoing right through the thin walls of the Maezawa house. In the weeks leading up to the new year, Mikio had reportedly gotten into several verbal altercations with these skateboarders, asking them to respect the late hours. Witnesses also reported seeing Mikio arguing with members of a local youth gang, the Bosozoku, whose modified motorcycles rumbled through the perimeter of the park. Whether these arguments planted a seed of malice in the mind of passers-by remains unknown. What we do know is that on the night of December 30th, the temperature in Tokyo plummeted toward freezing. Inside the house, the family had eaten dinner. Young Ray had gone to sleep in his first-floor bedroom. Mikio was downstairs working on his computer. Yasuko and Nino were up in the attic loft. Outside, the park was dark. The clock ticked past 11, and a figure walked up the side of the house toward the second-floor bathroom window. The entry point was precise. The killer didn't break a door. He walked to the exterior wall of the Soshigaya Park, climbed onto the top of the perimeter fence, and reached out toward the small window of the second-floor bathroom. The window was unlocked. It was small, but the killer was slender. He pulled himself through the narrow frame, his legs swinging into the darkness of the bathroom, removing the window screen and dropping it to the ground outside. He stepped onto the linoleum floor, then take off his shoes, a detail that, in a traditional Japanese home, represents an immense, almost symbolic act of violation. He was armed. He carried a sashimi knife, a yanagiba, with a long, razor-sharp, single-edged blade designed for slicing raw fish. He had purchased it just days prior in the neighboring prefecture. He moved through the second-floor hallway, silent as a draft of cold air, and walked into the small bedroom where 6-year-old Ray was sleeping. The forensic evidence indicates that Ray was the first to die. The killer didn't use the knife. He walked up to the small bed and placed his bare hands around the 6-year-old boy's neck, cutting off his airway until his breathing stopped completely. There was no struggle, no blood. But the noise of the bed frames creaking over the killer's heavy boots caught the attention of Mikio downstairs. Mikio ran up the narrow stairs into the main hallway. He encountered the intruder right outside the nursery. Mikio fought with everything he had. He was a small man, but he was defending his home. The killer unleashed a frantic, savage assault with the sashimi knife. Mikio was stabbed in the head, the neck, and the chest. The violence was so intense that the tip of the heavy fish knife snapped off, remaining embedded in Mikio's skull. Despite mortal wounds, Mikio managed to push the killer backward down the stairs, collapsing at the landing of the first floor, where his mother-in-law would find him the following morning. The killer was now bleeding. In the struggle, the broken knife had sliced deep into his right hand, severing tendons and leaving a trail of his own type A blood across the walls. But he wasn't finished. Upstairs in the third-floor attic loft, Yasuko and 8-year-old Nino were listening. With its primary knife broken, the killer didn't retreat. He walked back into the Miyazawa's kitchen, rummaged through their drawers until his fingers found a common wood-handled kitchen utility knife. He climbed the ladder-style stairs to the mezzanine loft where the mother and daughter were huddled in the dark. What followed was an act of cruelty the Tokyo police have never fully disclosed to the public in its entirety. Yasuko and Nina were attacked with incredible ferocity. The utility knife bent and dulled under the force of the assault. The medical examiner would later note that the injuries to Yasuko were so extensive but her own mother could barely recognize her face. Little Nina was stabbed multiple times, her blood soaking into the floorboards of the loft where she had been studying her school books just hours prior. When the house went completely silent again, the family was dead. The time was roughly midnight. The 20th century had less than 24 hours left to live. And then, the killer did something that turns the Setagaya case from a horrific homicide into one of the most psychologically confounding mysteries in modern history. The killer walked to the bathroom, opened the medicine cabinet, and pulled out the family's first aid kit. With his hand sliced open from the struggle with Mikio, the killer sat on the floor of the bathroom. He took bandages, gauze, and sanitary pads from the family's first aid kit and meticulously bound his wounds. The bleeding stopped. The adrenaline faded. Normal killer is now thinking about escape routes. They're looking at the clock, listening for sirens, visualizing the police arriving at the front door. They know they have left an entire ocean of blood, hair, and fingerprints behind. But this man did not move towards the door. Instead, he walked down to the kitchen, opened the family refrigerator, and began to browse for food. He was hungry. He took out 4 small cups of melon-flavored ice cream. He didn't use a knife or a spoon for all of them. The police later found the plastic cups discarded in the living room, some squeezed flat with his fingerprints and saliva preserved perfectly on the rims. They found a bottle of barley tea, drinking it directly from the container. He ate several melons from a fruit bowl on the counter. He dined in the dark, footsteps shuffling softly across wooden floors, stepping over Mikio's body at the base of the stairs to fetch more food. Then he went to the living room. There he turned on the family's desktop computer. The computer sat in the corner of the first-floor living space. Mikio had been using it for hours prior for work. The killer sat down in Mikio's chair, gripped his mouse with his torn right hand. Tokyo detectives would later spend months reconstructing his exact digital footprint from that night. He didn't search for news articles about local crimes, didn't look at maps to plan an escape. He accessed the family's internet service provider and began browsing the website of major Japanese media companies. He clicked through various folders on Mikio's hard drive, and then he did something incredibly specific. He attempted to book a ticket for a theatrical performance. He typed in information, navigated the booking portal, but ultimately abandoned the transaction before entering credit card data. He spent several minutes browsing the internet before shutting down the browser, but he didn't leave. He turned off the monitor, curled up on the family couch in the living room, and went to sleep. When the sun rose over Tokyo on the morning of December 31st, the killer woke up. The bodies of the Maezawa family had been cold for nearly 8 hours. The light filtering through the drawn window shades revealed a house transformed into a playground of bizarre, calculated vandalism. The killer had spent part of this morning sorting through the family's mail and personal files. He didn't just look for money. In fact, several thousand yen in cash were left completely untouched on a desk in plain sight. Instead, he took documents, receipts, and school flyers belonging to the children, folded them methodically, and tore them into precise, neat strips. He took these shredded papers into the bathroom and dumped them directly into the toilet bowl. He didn't flush it. He left his own solid waste, the shredded family documents, and the bloodied bandages from his hand sitting in the basin for police to find. At 10 a.m. on Sunday morning, the killer booted up the computer for a second time. For nearly 5 minutes, he clicked through various web pages. His digital trail showed him visiting the website of the company Mikio worked for, clicking through staff directories and corporate profiles. Why? Did he know Mikio? Was this a professional grudge, or was it the random, curious browsing of a psychopath trying to understand the identity of the man he had just slaughtered? At 10:05 a.m., the killer pulled the plug on the computer's power strip, cutting the electricity to the machine instantly. He walked into the master bedroom and took off his clothes. This is where the Setagaya case completely departs from any traditional criminal logic. The killer did not try to destroy his clothes to cover his tracks. Instead, he took off almost everything he was wearing and folded the garments in a neat, organized pile in the middle of the living room floor. He left behind a complete wardrobe, a gray knit winter hat, a patterned multicolored scarf, a black winter jacket, a pair of gray gloves, and a pair of Slazenger sneakers size 27.5 centimeters, roughly a U.S. size 9.5. Every single item was laid out like a storefront display. He then rifled through Mikio's closets, pulled out a fresh change of clothes, a sweater and trousers belonging to the dead man, and put them on. He left behind his weapon, the broken sashimi knife, and a kitchen utility knife. He left behind a bottle of French perfume, which he had sprayed over his clothes and around the living room, possibly to mask the metallic scent of blood. At approximately 10:30 a.m., just 10 minutes before Yasuko's mother would open the front door with her spare key, the killer walked out of the house. He left through the front door, slipping quietly into the frozen landscape of Soshigawa Park. When the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department took over the scene a few hours later, they realized they were looking at the most well-documented crime scene in the history of the nation. They had the killer's DNA. They had his blood type. They had his exact shoe size, his handwriting style from the computer's inputs, his fingerprints, and every single piece of clothing he wore when he entered the house. They believed the case would be solved within 48 hours. They were entirely wrong. The investigation quickly focused on the wardrobe left behind by the killer. It was a highly specific, youth-oriented style that pointed directly towards Tokyo's subculture of skateboarders and hip-hop enthusiasts in the late 1990s. The jacket was a rare model, one of only a few hundred sold in Japan. The sneakers were manufactured in South Korea, using a specific batch of rubber that was never distributed widely within the main Japanese islands. Even the contents of the jacket pockets provided a geographical map. Inside the pockets, forensic technicians found microscopic traces of sand. When the sand was analyzed using electron microscopes, scientists discovered it was a very specific type of mineral sand that didn't originate anywhere in Japan. It was traced to a specific skate park in California, near the Mojave Desert. Another trace of chemical dye found on the scarf was linked to a manufacturing plant in Europe. The profile of the killer began to emerge. A young, slender male, likely between the ages of 15 and 35, who traveled internationally, spent time in the skateboarding scenes of both the United States and Japan, and possessed a total lack of empathy or fear. Police split at the skate parks of Setagaya Ward. They interviewed thousands of teenagers. They tracked down every single person who had purchased that specific jacket. But every lead dissolved into a dead end. The fingerprints didn't match anyone in the Japanese National Criminal Database. The DNA didn't trigger any local alerts. It was as if the killer had dropped out of the sky from another dimension, spent 11 hours inside a family's home, and then dissolved back into the atmosphere. By the mid-2000s, with no local suspects matching the physical evidence, the Tokyo police turned to advanced genetic genealogy. They ran the killer's DNA through deep ancestral profiling. The results provided a startling revelation and explained why the national databases had remained completely silent. The killer was not entirely Japanese. The genetic markers revealed that the killer's maternal lineage was of East Asian descent, specifically linked to regions within South Korea or China. His paternal DNA showed Japanese ancestry, but with distinct markers common among families living in coastal regions outside the main Tokyo metropolis. This discovery opened a massive, complicated international front for the investigation. Did the killer live in South Korea and travel to Tokyo as a tourist? Was he part of the transient population of international students or military personnel moving between the U.S., Korea, and Japan? The Tokyo police sent delegations to Seoul, sharing DNA data and fingerprints with Korean authorities. But international legal hurdles, privacy laws, and differences in database structures meant that the cross-border hunt stalled. The Miyazawa home stood empty. A gray concrete block wrapped in protective scaffolding, guarded by a rotating shift of uniformed police officers 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The city built the park all around it, leaving the house standing completely alone in the center of the green lawn, a tomb preserved in stone. Today, the Setagaya family murders remain the largest active homicide investigation in Japanese history. More than 25 years have passed. The 20th century is long gone, and the digital world the killer browsed on that Windows 98 computer has evolved beyond recognition. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police still offer a reward of 20 million yen, nearly $140,000, for any information leading to an arrest. Every year on December 30th, senior detectives gather outside the fenced-in house to bow their heads and lay flowers in memory of Mikio, Yasuko, Nina, and little Ray. The physical evidence is still sitting in storage lockers at the police headquarters. The clothes are still folded, broken knives still preserved. The case lingers not because we don't know what happened, but because the human mind refuses to accept the why. We want our monsters to be clever. We want them to hide in the woods like Hinterkaifeck or vanish into the night like Belisca. We want to believe that if we leave a footprint or drop of blood, the world systems will catch us. But the Setagaya killer proves something terrifyingly simple. You can leave your clothes, your blood, your food wrappers, your signature, and your internet history at the scene of the crime. And if you simply walk out the front door and blend into a crowd of millions, the world can look right at you and see absolutely nothing. Tonight, when you turn off your computer and head upstairs to bed, look at your window locks, check the handles, and remember that sometimes the most dangerous part of the human or the house isn't the window you forgot to close. It's the person who's already sitting in the dark, waiting for you to log off. That one, next one is called the Atlas Vampire. The Atlas Vampire. Try it. Let me update my title again. Give me a second, I need some water. This is the Atlas Vampire. On the afternoon of May 8th, 1932, a woman named Minnie Jensen walked up the dark stairwell of an apartment building in the Atlas neighborhood of Stockholm, Sweden. Minnie was concerned about her friend and neighbor, 32-year-old Lily Lindstrom. Lily lived in a small, modest flat on the building's lower level. She made her living as a call girl, and a dangerous and highly stigmatized profession in 1930s Europe, requiring her to be exceptionally cautious about who she let through her front door. Lily hadn't been seen or heard from in 3 days. Her last known contact was on the evening of May 4th, when she had knocked on Minnie's door to borrow a condom before a client arrived. Minnie had seen the brief silhouette of a man waiting in the dim hallway behind her, a tall, well-dressed stranger wearing a dark coat and a felt hat. When Minnie returned with the police 4 days later, they had to break the lock on Lily's door. The small apartment inside was freezing, the air thick with a heavy, unventilated stillness. The police officers stepped into the main room. The space was tidy. There were no signs of a violent struggle, no overturned furniture, and no shattered glass. But lying down, face down on the table, or on the bed, was Lily Lindstrom. She was completely nude. Her clothes were neatly folded in a pile next to the bed. Her skull had been fractured by 3 heavy, blunt force impacts to the back of her head. But as the investigators began their initial forensic examination of the body, they encountered a detail that caused the local detective, John Ram, to halt the investigation and call for the chief medical examiner immediately. Lily Lindstrom was pale, a stark, unnatural waxen white. When the autopsy was performed at the Stockholm Institute of Forensic Medicine, the pathologist discovered that almost every single drop of blood had been systematically removed from Lily's body. The forensic team meticulously mapped the apartment, looking for the logistics of the crime. The medical examiner established that Lily had been murdered on the night of May 4th, shortly after she borrowed the item from her neighbor. The killer had struck her from behind, likely while she was sitting or lying down, rendering her unconscious instantly, before completing the fatal skull fractures. But it was the post-mortem treatment of the body that baffled the Stockholm police. The killer had not merely let her bleed out on the mattress. There was surprisingly little blood on the bedsheets or the surrounding floorboards. Instead, the killer had used a specific instrument to collect the liquid. Searching the small kitchenette, detectives found a heavy, silver-plated gravy ladle. When forensic technicians applied chemical reagents to the ladle, it reacted instantly. It was coated in a heavy residue of Lily's blood type. The positioning of the body, the clean state of the room, and the presence of the blood-stained ladle led the police to a chilling clinical conclusion. The killer had struck Lily down, positioned her body carefully over the edge of the bed, and used the gravy ladle to collect and drink her blood while her heart was still faintly bleeding. The Swedish press immediately dubbed the unknown assailant the Atlas Vampire. The investigation that followed was one of the most exhaustive in Stockholm's history. Because of Lily's profession, police had to dive into the city's underground, interviewing dozens of clients, drifters, and neighborhood residents. They looked for a motive beyond the grotesque physical act. Lily was known to keep a small amount of savings hidden in her apartment, but the cash was left untouched in a dresser drawer. Her jewelry was still in its box. It wasn't a robbery. 8 distinct suspects were brought in for questioning over the next 12 months. Among them was a local worker who had been seen in the neighborhood with unexplained scratches on his face, and a regular client of Lily's who had suddenly left the city on a train to the countryside on the morning of May 5th. Every single suspect provided a verified alibi. The fingerprints found on the gravy ladle and the door frame didn't match anyone in the national criminal registries. The well-dressed man in the felt hat who had stood in the dim hallway on that night of May 4th had simply walked out of the building, stepped onto a crowded Stockholm street, and vanished into public consciousness. "94 years have passed since the murder in the Atlas district. The apartment building still stands, its facade modernized, its interior occupied by residents who are entirely unaware of the history beneath their floors. The case file remains open at the Stockholm Police Department, a dense stack of yellowed papers, hand-drawn crime scene diagrams, and black and white photographs of a pristine room. The Atlas Vampire case remains a stark reminder of a specific kind of criminal anomaly, one where the motive exists entirely within a psychological space that the public cannot comprehend, leaving behind a riddle that time has rendered permanently unsolvable. This one is called The Shadow of Paradise Ridge. The shadow of Paradise Ridge. On the night of Wednesday, March 31st, 1897, the rural hills of Jolton, Tennessee, were dead silent. In the late 19th century, this isolated pocket of Davidson County went by a different, far more beautiful name: Paradise Ridge. It was a landscape of deep valleys, thick timber, and sprawling homesteads. Among the most respected properties on the ridge was a 410-acre farm belonging to the Aid family. Jacob Aid and his wife Pauline were German immigrants. Through decades of relentless, back-breaking labor, they had built a prosperous life. They were known to their neighbors as exceptionally generous people. Jacob was a man of means. He frequently lent money to the local farmers struggling to get through the winter, keeping his cash and financial ledgers inside the house. At approximately 9:30 p.m., a local magistrate named Squire Simpson was walking near the edge of the Aid property when he noticed a bright, unnatural amber glow cutting through the tree line. The Aid farmhouse was entirely engulfed in flames. Simpson ran toward the structures, shouting for Jacob, but the yard was completely empty. There were no buckets of water, no shouting children, no livestock being panicked in their pens. The silence of the property was total, save for the roar of the fire. Assuming the family was somehow away from home, Simpson acted on a neighbor's survival instinct. He rushed to the nearby smokehouse, determined to save the winter meat supply before the sparks spread. But as he looked back toward the main house, the eastern wall collapsed inward, sending a massive plume of ash into the night sky. The falling timbers cleared a view directly into the burning living room. Through the roaring heat, Simpson saw several dark, heavy shapes piled together on the floorboards. They looked like large bundles of discarded winter clothing. Grabbing a long iron potato fork from the tool shed, Simpson approached the edge of the burning structure. He reached through the shattered frame of a window and hooked the edge of the nearest bundle, pulling it backward out of the direct flames. It was not clothing. It was the heavily charred torso of Jacob Aid. As Simpson pulled 3 more bundles from the ash, the true nature of the fire became clear. This wasn't an accident of a rogue wood stove or a tipped lantern. Every single body pulled from the house had been systematically decapitated. When the Davidson County Sheriff and a hastily assembled coroner's posse arrived at Paradise Ridge at dawn, the smoke was still rising from the ashes of the homestead. The investigators began the grim process of identifying the remains left on the grass. The first was Jacob Aid. The second was his wife, Pauline. The third and fourth were their 2 children who still lived on the farm, their adult son Henry and their teenage daughter Lizzie. The execution had been terrifyingly precise. Forensic examination of the remains showed that the family had been attacked inside the house by 1 or more individuals wielding a heavy, razor-sharp woodman's axe. Jacob had been struck down first, caught completely by surprise in the kitchen. The killer had then moved through the bedrooms, executing Pauline, Henry, and Lizzie one by one as they lay in their beds or tried to rise. But it was the post-mortem treatment of the family that revealed the calculated, cold-blooded nature of the perpetrator. The killer didn't just flee the scene. You know what? This is getting redundant. I'm so sorry. But I've literally told this AI stop telling the same story over and over. Time for a new AI. But these stories are based on true stories. I don't know why it's making up and using the same things over and over again. Let me try another one. Alright, the new story is getting locked in. Oh no, not the same one. Oh no. Let me stop this one. It's asking it. Wow. This one's gonna be good. The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. Cleveland's torso murderers. Or murders. Cleveland, Ohio, 1930s. The Great Depression had turned the city into a place of rust, smoke, and desperation. Steel mills belched black clouds. The Cuyahoga River burned with industrial waste. And along a polluted ravine known as Kingsbury Run, hundreds of men and women lived in shantytowns. Cardboard and tin shacks, no electricity, no hope. This was the perfect hunting ground for a monster. Between September 1935 and August 1938, at least 12, possibly as many as 20 people were murdered, butchered with a shocking skill, and dumped like garbage in or near Kingsbury Run. Their bodies were cut into pieces, heads often missing, some castrated. Some showed signs they had been kept alive or preserved for a time. The killer was never caught. The police, led by the famous Eliot Ness himself, chased shadows. Evidence vanished. Suspects were beaten or released. One torso was publicly burned in a spectacle that only deepened the terror. This is a redacted file of the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. The torso murders that Cleveland tried and failed to forget. By the mid-1930s, Cleveland was a city in chaos. Unemployment was rampant. Hobos rode the rails into the city looking for work that didn't exist. Kingsbury Run, A deep, brush-filled gully running from the east side down the Cuyahoga River became a haven for the forgotten. Police called the area the Run. It was a place where bodies could be dumped and not found for days or weeks. The first official victims appeared on September 23, 1935. Two young men, both decapitated and emasculated, were found in the Run. Their heads were never recovered. The precision of the cuts suggested someone with anatomical knowledge, a doctor, a butcher, or a mortician. Victim number 3 was found in January 1936. Another headless, dismembered male. Then came more. By the summer of 1936, the city was in panic. Newspapers dubbed the killer the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, or the Torso Murderer. The victims were mostly from the underclass, transients, alcoholics, prostitutes, people no one would miss quickly. That made the killer bold. He, or she, operated with impunity. Let's go case by case because each one reveals the horror. Victim 1 and 2, September 23, 1935. Two males found together, both headless and castrated. One estimated in his 20s, the other 30s. Surgical cuts. No blood at the dump site. They were killed elsewhere and transported. Victim 3. Another male torso in the Run. Head missing. Victim 4. What is this music? What is this music? Let me get rid of it. Another male torso in the Run. Head missing. Victim 4. February 1936. A woman's torso. This one was different. The head was found separately. She was identified as Florence Polillo, a 42-year-old barmaid and occasional sex worker. Her body was cut with the same precision. Victim 5, June 1936. A well-dressed man's torso found in the river. His head turned up later. Never identified. And it kept going. By 1937 to 1938, bodies were turning up in vacant lots, under bridges, even in a suitcase. One victim had his heart removed. Another showed signs of being alive during parts of the dismemberment. The killer seemed to experiment, trying different methods of preservation, different ways of cutting. Some bodies had been drained of blood. Some showed chemical traces. This wasn't rage killing. This was methodical, almost scientific. Enter Elliot Ness. Yes, that Elliot Ness, the Untouchables legend, now Cleveland's public safety director. He took the case personally. In 1938, after another torso was found, Ness raided the shanty towns of Kingsbury Run. He rounded up dozens of men, burned their shacks to the ground in a dramatic public spectacle, and tried to clean up the area. It backfired. The public saw it as desperation. The murders continued for a while longer. Ness even had a prime suspect, a Slavic immigrant doctor named Francis Sweeney. Sweeney was brilliant but unstable, with surgical skills and a grudge against society. He was interrogated harshly, some say tortured, but never charged. He later taunted Ness with postcards from institutions. Other suspects included a butcher, a former cop, even a connection to the famous butcher who may have fled to California or elsewhere. But nothing stuck. Evidence disappeared from police lockers. Witnesses recanted or vanished. The last official victim was found in August of 1938, a dismembered woman. After that, the killings stopped as suddenly as they began. Or did they? Some researchers believe the butcher moved on and continued in other cities under different names. Why has this case stayed buried compared to others? Because the victims were poor. Because it exposed the rot in Cleveland during the Depression, police brutality, political corruption, the indifference to the marginalized. Because solving it would have required admitting how badly the system failed. There are still theories being debated today. A respected surgeon experimenting on the unwanted. A team of killers, not one. A cover-up to protect powerful people who may have known the butcher. Even links to early organized crime or medical black markets. No DNA. No fingerprints that matched. The heads that were found gave little. The Mad Butcher remains unidentified more than 85 years later. The Kingsbury Run murders are a scar on American history. They show what happens when a killer preys on a society that is already discarded. The shanty towns are gone now. The run is paved over in places. But the questions remain. Who was the Mad Butcher? Is he still out there in some form? With methods copied by later killers? And how many more torso victims were never connected? The file is open. The butcher's work was never truly finished in the eyes of those who study it. If this episode chilled you, tell me in the chat or the comments. What redacted file next? Another forgotten series of murders? A medical horror from history? A small-town massacre with ritual elements? Until then, in the shadows of any city, remember Kingsbury Run. Some monsters don't need to be famous to destroy lives. They just need the right hunting ground. I need to hear back some of this stuff. Give me a minute. Make sure my mic and everything. Some of this stuff. Give me a minute. Make sure. When the sand was analyzed using electron microscopes, scientists discovered it was a very specific type of mineral sand that didn't originate anywhere in Japan. It was traced to a specific skate park, so brought in for questioning over the next 12 months. Among them was a local worker who had been seen in the neighborhood with unexplained scratches on his face, and a regular plant of lilies who had suddenly left the city on a train to the countryside on the morning of May 5th, discarded winter clothing. Grabbing a long iron potato forked black clouds, the Cuyahoga River burned industrial waste. And along a polluted ravine known as Kingsbury Run, hundreds of men and women lived in shanty towns. Cardboard and tin shacks, no electricity, no hope. This was the perfect hunting ground for a monster. Between September 1935 and August 1938, at least 12, possibly as many as 20 people were murdered, butchered with a shocking skill, and dumped like garbage in or near Kingsbury Run. Their bodies were cut into pieces, heads often missing, some castrated. Some showed signs they had been kept alive or preserved for a time. The killer was never caught. The police, led by the famous Elliot Ness himself, chased shadows. Evidence vanished. Suspects were beaten or released. One torso was publicly burned in a spectacle that only deepened the terror. This is a redacted file of the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. The torso murders that Cleveland tried and failed to forget. By the mid-1930s, Cleveland was a city in chaos. All right. It's clear my mic needs some work, but we're going to leave it right there for now. Let's get a new one. Dum-dum. This one is the execution on the isolated farm, the Carterton murders in France in 1946. It's a real documented post-World War II French peasant family massacre. It's extremely obscure outside dedicated true crime circles. Not a household name, with strong Hinterkaifeck parallels. Isolated rural farm, entire family bound and executed. Strange preludes, contaminated scene, multiple theories involving local grudges, wartime collaborators, resistance fighters, or passing criminals. Rich with investigative angles, post-war chaos context, execution-style killings, and lingering mysteries. Perfect. In the summer of 1946, just over a year after the end of World War II, France was still a country in ruins. Rationing, destroyed infrastructure, settling of old scores from the occupation, and the shadows of collaboration haunted every village. In the quiet countryside near Baumeers, in the Indre department of Central France, stood a modest, isolated farm belonging to the Carterton family, or the Carteron family, pardon me. Far from the main roads, surrounded by fields and woods, it was the kind of place where life moved slowly, tending livestock, working the land, trying to rebuild after the war. Kleber Carter and his wife Alphonsine, their son Andre, and a young boy named Claude Goddard, who was staying with them, were found brutally murdered in their home. All four had been bound, wrists and ankles tied behind their backs, and executed with shots to the head, likely from a Sten submachine gun, a weapon common among resistance fighters and black market dealers in the chaotic post-liberation period. The scene resembled a cold military-style execution rather than a frenzied attack. No clear motive. Valuable items left untouched in some accounts. The killer or killers appeared to know the layout. And like so many rural tragedies of that era, the investigation was hampered by wartime secrets, local suspicions, and a contaminated crime scene. This is redacted file. The execution on the isolated farm. The Carteron murders. A forgotten massacre that still raises questions about justice in post-war France. To truly understand this case, we must step back into the world of 1946 rural France. The Carterons were ordinary peasant farmers. Kleber Carteron worked the land with his family. Alphonsine managed the household. Their son Andre was a young man helping on the farm. Claude Goddard, a boy staying with them, possibly a relative or neighbor's child, was also present. The farm was remote. Neighbors were few and far between. In the years immediately after the war, tensions ran high. Accusations of collaboration with the Nazis, black market dealings, stolen goods, and score settling were common. Guns were everywhere. A Sten gun, compact, British-made, favored by the Maquis, the French resistance, was not hard to obtain. In the days or weeks leading up to the murders, there were reports of strange activity around the farm, unfamiliar figures, possible arguments, or sightings that raised eyebrows but were not immediately acted upon in the distracted post-war environment. The discovery came on July 25th, or shortly after. Neighbors or authorities, concerned by the lack of activity, approached the farmhouse. Inside, they found a scene of calculated horror. The four victims were lying face down on the slab floor, bound in hog-tied fashion, wrists and ankles secured behind their backs. Each had been shot execution style, primarily in the head. 6 spent cartridge cases were recovered, along with 2 unused rounds, suggesting the weapon may have jammed on the killer or was methodical. The body showed no signs of struggle beyond the binding. This wasn't a robbery gone wrong. Many valuables were reportedly untouched. It was personal, or ideological, or both. The crime scene was quickly compromised, as was common in rural areas at the time. Locals trampled through, moved items, and gossip spread faster than official investigators could work. Forensic details were limited by the area's technology, but the precision of the bindings and shots pointed to someone with experience. Perhaps a former soldier, resistance fighter, or someone used to handling firearms in the chaos of wartime. The investigation unfolded against the backdrop of a fractured France. Suspects and theories multiplied quickly. Local grudges or land disputes, rural feuds over property, inheritance, or black market dealings during the war. The Carterons may have known something damaging. Wartime collaboration or revenge. Accusations of collaboration were rampant. If the family had seen as too friendly with occupiers, or conversely if they had crossed resistant elements, this could have been payback. passing criminal or bandits. Post-war France had bands of armed opportunists. A Sten gun fit that profile. Specific person of interest. One name that surfaced was Florentine Ermendi. Seen near the farm around the time, he was tracked and questioned, but connections remained circumstantial. Others unknown were reported in the area. Broader conspiracy angles. Some speculated involvement in larger networks settling occupation-era scores. Investigators interviewed dozens. Searches were conducted, but in the resource-strapped years right after the war, momentum faded. No one was ever charged. The case went cold, becoming one of those rural mysteries the locals whispered about for decades, but the wide world forgot. What makes the Carter murders so haunting is the combination of brutality and banality. An ordinary family on an ordinary farm, bound like prisoners of war, executed with military efficiency. The killers took the time to restrain them, ensuring no resistance, then delivered the fatal shots. Afterward, the farm fell silent. Animals may have gone unfed for days. The isolation that once protected the family now hid the crime. Decades later, the case still lacks closure. No definitive motive. No smoking gun. No confession that held up. It stands as a symbol of how the chaos of war's aftermath created perfect conditions for unresolved evil. Scores settled in the shadows, with no one left to tell the full story. The farmhouse itself became a place of uneasy memory. The fields continued, but the Carter name carried the weight of unanswered questions. The Carter murders remind us that some of the darkest crimes happen not in the big cities or sensational headlines, but in forgotten corners where people are simply trying to survive. In 1946, France was rebuilding, but for one family, the war's shadows reached out one final lethal time. This file remains open. The victims, Cleaver, Alphonsine, Andre, and young Claude, deserve to be remembered. Their killers walked free, perhaps still carrying the secret. In the quiet French countryside, listen for the wind across empty fields. Some farms never forget. Mm. This one is the Keddy murders. Cabin 28, we'll call it. Chapter 1. The Last Ordinary Spring. There are places in America that seem forgotten by time. Not abandoned, not empty, just overlooked. The kind of place travelers pass through without remembering. The place where a stranger's car is noticed. Places where children roam farther than they would in a city because everyone knows everyone else. Places where news travels faster than the newspaper. In the spring of 1981, Keddy, California was one of those places. Nestled in the Sierra Nevada mountains of Plumas County, Keddy was a less-known town than a scattering of cabins surrounded by pine trees and steep hillsides. A railroad trestle towered above part of the community. Freight trains occasionally thundered through the mountains, their sounds echoing through the valleys before fading back into silence. The air smelled of pine sap and wood smoke. The roads were narrow. The nights were dark. And for many residents, that was exactly the appeal. Keddy had once been a thriving resort destination. Families came to fish, hike, and escape the summer heat. By the early 1980s, however, its glory days were fading. Some cabins were occupied year-round. Others sat empty for long stretches. The resort was aging. Yet life continued. Children played outside. Neighbors still borrowed things from one another. Doors were never locked. It was the kind of place where danger seemed like something that happened somewhere else. Not here. Not in Keddy. And certainly not in Cabin 28. Months before the murders, a woman named Sue Sharp arrived in Keddy with her children. At 36 years old, Glenna Susan Sharp, known to everyone simply as Sue, was trying to start over. The details of her life before Keddy reveal a woman carrying more than her share of hardship. She had separated from her husband. She was raising 5 children. Money was often tight. Life had not unfolded the way she had imagined, but people who knew Sue often described her as resilient, independent, determined. She wasn't the type to sit still and wait for life to improve. She chased opportunities where she could find them. The search eventually brought her to the mountains. The Sharp family moved into the Cabin 28 in late 1980. The cabin wasn't luxurious. It wasn't large, but it was theirs. For a mother trying to build stability for 5 children, that mattered. The family settled into the rhythms of mountain life. 14-year-old Sheila, 15-year-old John, 12-year-old Tina, 10-year-old Rick, 5-year-old Greg. A full house. Busy. Chaotic. Alive. Every family develops its own ecosystem, its own habits, its own routines. The Sharp family was no different. The children attended school, they made friends, they wandered the community. Cabin 28 became a gathering place for neighborhood kids. People came and went. Friends dropped by. Teenagers lingered. The cabin was rarely quiet for long. At first glance, there was nothing remarkable about the Sharps. They were simply another family trying to make ends meet in rural California. But every tragedy has a beginning. And often, the beginning looks completely ordinary. The challenge for investigators is that hindsight changes everything. Every conversation becomes significant. Every decision becomes suspicious. Every chance encounter becomes or begins to look like a clue. But in real time, nobody knows which moment matters. Nobody knows which ordinary Saturday will become the last ordinary Saturday. As spring arrived in 1981, life continued much as it always had. The mountains shook off the last traces of winter. Snow retreated from lower elevations. The forests came alive again. The tourist season was still weeks away. For residents, it was a peaceful time of year. And yet, in retrospect, strange tensions seemed to be gathering around Cabin 28. Some were obvious. Others would only become apparent later. The difficulty lies in separating fact from memory, because after a crime becomes famous, memories change. Stories evolve. People reinterpret the past. Events that seemed meaningless suddenly acquire significance. Witnesses begin connecting dots they never connected before. And nowhere is that more true than in the Kettle murders. Over the decades, investigators, journalists, authors, amateur sleuths, and residents have all attempted to reconstruct what had happened. The result is a maze of facts, rumors, accusations, and theories. Some claims are well supported, others are impossible to verify. But one thing is clear. The murders did not occur in a vacuum. The people who would later become central to the investigation already existed within the orbit of Cabin 28. One of them was a boy named Justin Smart. Justin was friends with Rick Sharp. Like many children in Keddie, they spent time together regularly. Sleepovers were common. Parents generally felt safe allowing children to move freely through the community. The Smart family lived nearby in Cabin 26. That proximity would later become enormously important. At the time, however, it seemed unremarkable. Just neighbors. Just another family. Nothing more. Justin's stepfather was Martin Smart. If you heard anything about the Keddie murders before, you probably heard that name. Martin would become one of the most controversial figures in the entire case. But in the spring of 1981, he was simply another resident of Keddie, a veteran, a man with a complicated personal history, a man whose life intersected with the Sharps in ways that investigators would later scrutinize endlessly. Nearby was another man, John Boo Bede. Large, intimidating, known for criminal associations and a reputation. At the time, neither man stood publicly accused of anything. They were simply part of the local landscape. Residents knew who they were. Children saw them around. Life went on. No one knew that investigators would spend decades revisiting their names. Meanwhile, the Sharp children were focused on the things children always focus on: friends, school, weekends, freedom. John Sharp, at 15, occupied that certain territory between childhood and adulthood. Old enough to crave independence, young enough to still be under his mother's roof. Friends were becoming increasingly important. One of those friends was 17-year-old Dana Wingate. Dana wasn't a member of the Sharp family, yet history would forever bind his name to theirs. Like countless teenage friendships, theirs was built around shared time, shared experiences, shared plans. Nothing extraordinary, at least not yet. The final days began like any other Saturday. That's worth remembering. There were no storm clouds gathering overhead, no cinematic warnings, no sense that fate was approaching. Real life rarely provides such signals. The people living through it had no reason to believe they were participating in the opening scenes of one of California's most enduring mysteries. April 11th, 1981. A Saturday. The sort of day that disappears from memory almost immediately. Except this one didn't. This one would be examined for decades. Every hour, every movement, every visitor. Investigators would later ask countless questions. Who came to cabin 28? Who left? Who saw whom? Who argued? Who noticed something strange? But on that Saturday morning, nobody was conducting an investigation. Nobody was taking notes. Life was simply unfolding. Children moved between cabins. People socialized. The mountain stood silent around them. As evening approached, the pieces began moving into place. Not because anyone planned a murder. Not because anyone sensed disaster. Simply because people were making ordinary choices. The kind of choices that seem insignificant until they become irreversible. Sheila Sharp arranged to spend the night at a friend's cabin. Just a normal night, nothing unusual. Teenagers did it all the time. Her mother agreed. Elsewhere, John Sharp and Dana Wingate spent time together. Eventually, they would return to cabin 28. Rick Sharp planned to have Justin Smart sleep over. Again, completely ordinary, completely innocent. For a family with multiple children and a steady flow of visitors, another kid spending the night barely registered. As darkness settled over Ketty, light appeared in cabin windows. Conversations drifted through the cool mountain air. Televisions glowed. People prepared for bed. And somewhere within the growing darkness, the final hour of normal life were ticking away, and nobody knew it. Not Sue, not John, not Tina, not Dana, not Sheila, not the boys, and not the neighbors. Not the investigators who would later spend years trying to untangle what happened. The future still existed as possibility. The murders had not yet become history. Cabin 28 was still just a cabin. A mother was still a mother. Children were still children. And if someone had walked through Ketty that evening, they would have seen nothing extraordinary at all. Just a quiet mountain community setting in for the night. The last ordinary night. Okay, I can't stand ChatGPT's writing. Nobody was conducting an investigation. Nobody was taking notes. Life was simply unfolding. Children moved between cabins. People socialized. The mountain stood silent around them. As evening approached, the pieces began moving into place. Not because anyone planned a murder. Not because anyone sensed disaster. Simply because people were making ordinary choices. The kind of choices that seem insignificant until they become irreversible. Sheila Sharp arranged to spend the night at a friend's cabin. Just a normal night, nothing unusual. Teenagers did it all the time. Her mother agreed. Elsewhere, John Sharp and Dana Wingate spent time together. Eventually, they would return to cabin 28. Rick Sharp planned to have Just Smart sleep over. Again, completely ordinary, completely innocent. For a family with multiple children and a steady flow of visitors, another kid spending the night barely registered. As darkness settled over Ketty, light appeared in cabin windows. Conversations drifted through the cool mountain air. Televisions glowed. People prepared for bed. And somewhere within the growing darkness, the final hour of normal life were taking away, and nobody knew it. Not Sue, not John, not Tina, not Dana, not Sheila, not the boys, and not the neighbors. Not the investigators who would spend years trying to untangle what happened. The future still existed as a possibility. The murders had not yet become history. Cabin 28 was still just a cabin. The mother was still a mother. Let's see. What? Somehow I don't think this is going to sound that good. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. Hello? Hello? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alright, I'm testing again. Let me see how I sound here. Grrr. Grrr. What do I sound like that? What do I sound like that? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. It's like cutting everything out. Band. How's that sound now compared? How's that sound now compared? Let's try this at 40. Testing 1, 2, 3. I like that better. Hey ho, I'm off to work we go. Doesn't do my voice justice at all. Mm. Alright, let's start reading another one. Been trying to find something that was a little bit more appropriate. So let's try this. Let's try this. Let me close these real quick. 1 segundo. 1 segundo. Let me get this thing rolling. The Girl in the Dark. Los Angeles, January 15th, 1947. The city was in the midst of a post-war boom, a city of dreams and ambitions, where Hollywood's bright lights shone fiercely against the night sky. The streets buzzed with activity. Car to street passed, neon signs flickered, and the promise of fame lured countless hopefuls westward. But beneath that shimmering veneer, a darker truth lurked, hidden in shadowed alleyways and deserted lots. It was around 10:30 p.m. when John, a relentless young man in his early 20s, took his unusual route home from a night out. As he wandered through a quiet stretch near 39th Street, his attention was caught by a strange, dark shape lying amidst the debris and overgrown weeds. His instincts told him to look closer, and as he stepped closer, the cold wind brushed against him, carrying a faint, sickly smell. What he saw froze him in place. A figure, sprawled unnaturally on the ground, her body posed with unsettling precision. Her face was turned slightly to the side, a haunting smile carved into her lips, her eyes staring blankly into the night. She was dressed in a simple, light-colored dress, but her clothes were disarranged, soaked with blood and dirt. Her hair was dark, cut unevenly, and her skin pale in the moonlight. John's mind raced. Was she alive? Had she been attacked? He hesitated for a moment. Then he took out his phone to call the police. Within minutes, the flashing lights of patrol cars illuminated the scene, casting long shadows over the grotesque tableau. When the officers arrived, they found Elizabeth Short. Her name would soon become synonymous with horror, lying in a grotesque tableau. The scene was meticulously staged. Her body had been severed at the waist with clinical precision, the cut so clean it suggested a sharp instrument, possibly a surgical tool, or a very skilled killer. Her limbs were positioned carefully, her hands placed gracefully at her sides, as if she were merely sleeping. Her face was a disturbing mask of serenity, her lips pulled into a faint, unnatural smile, an image that would haunt the city and the nation for decades. Her hair, jet black and styled in a bob cut, contrasted sharply against her pale skin. Someone had gone to great lengths to clean her body. No blood was visible on her skin, only the dirt and grime of her surroundings. The police cordoned off the scene, the radios crackling with urgent reports. The detective in charge, Captain James H. McDonald, surveyed the scene with grim expression. This was no ordinary murder. The level of care and precision suggested a disturbed mind, someone who wanted to send a message, or perhaps play a sick game. Elizabeth Short was only 22 years old, but her life had already been a whirlwind. Born in Boston, she had grown up dreaming of Hollywood and stardom. Her childhood was filled with hopes of becoming an actress, and she had left her small hometown behind to chase her dreams in the city of angels. In her early years in Los Angeles, Elizabeth had worked tirelessly, taking jobs as a waitress, a costume clerk, anything to keep her afloat while she auditioned for parts. She was known among her friends as charming, bright, and ambitious. Her striking appearance, dark hair, porcelain skin, and a radiant smile made her stand out in any crowd. But her dreams were fragile, and her life was not without hardship. She had faced rejection, disappointment, and loneliness in a city that often seemed cold and indifferent. Yet she pressed on, believing that her big break was just around the corner. Her family back east had no idea of her tumultuous struggle. They only knew her as a bright, hopeful daughter who had gone west to find her fortune. Now her story was ending in a way no one could have imagined. By morning, the news spread like wildfire. The gruesome discovery made headlines across the country. Young woman found brutally murdered in Los Angeles. But it was the nickname that captured everyone's imagination. The Black Dahlia. The press had a field day. Reporters speculated wildly about her identity, her killer, and her life. The nickname came from a popular film, The Blue Dahlia, and the fact that Elizabeth's hair was dark, her skin pale, and her smile eerily fixed. The media portrayed her as a tragic starlet, beautiful, innocent, yet cruelty betrayed. Public fascination grew. Amateur detectives and obsessed fans flooded the police station with tips and theories. Rumors swirled of mafia connections, jealous lovers, and serial killers lurking in the shadows. The case became a symbol of the city's dark underbelly, a mirror of Hollywood's glittering surface and its hidden filth. Detectives scoured the scene for clues. They examined her clothes, her hair, her bloodstains, and the nearby footprints, but nothing immediately pointed to her killer. The meticulous nature of her death suggested a highly organized murderer, perhaps someone with medical or surgical knowledge. They questioned witnesses, acquaintances, and anyone who would have seen Elizabeth that night, but her life was a maze of fleeting relationships, dead-end leads, and false trails. No one could say who had seen her last alive, and no clear motive emerged. Meanwhile, the media continued to sensationalize the story, turning Elizabeth into a symbol of Hollywood's dark allure. Something beautiful, yet tragic, forever etched into the city's history. The morning after the discovery of Elizabeth Short's body, Los Angeles was in a state of shock. The gruesome scene had already begun to attract media crews, eager to capture images and gather details. But behind the flashing cameras and frantic reporters, law enforcement officials faced a daunting challenge: how to catch a killer who had vanished into the shadows. Detectives arrived early, meticulously examining every inch of the vacant lot. The scene was a bizarre tableau. Her body posed with unsettling care, her clothes folded nearby, her hairstyle as if for a photograph. The clean, surgical cut at her waist suggested someone with medical knowledge, yet no fingerprints or footprints led to or from the scene. They found no signs of sexual assault or struggle, which was unusual for such a brutal murder. It appeared the killer had been methodical, almost clinical. Her body had been washed clean, perhaps with the intent to erase evidence, leaving behind a chilling impression of premeditation. Investigators collected fibers, hair, and dirt samples, but nothing immediately linked to a suspect. The only lead was a mysterious partial fingerprint found on her body, yet it was too faint to match to anyone in the police database. The media frenzy. As news spread, The press descended upon Los Angeles with relentless intensity. Headlines blared, "The Black Dahlia Murder." Who killed Hollywood's bright star? The nickname caught on, and the story became a national obsession. Sensational stories painted Elizabeth as a glamorous victim, a symbol of Hollywood's dark side. Public interest was so intense that amateur sleuths flooded the police with tips, some helpful, many far-fetched. Rumors swirled of secret lovers, jealous rivals, and even connections to organized crime. Every new detail, no matter how insignificant, was spun into a sensational narrative. One popular theory suggested Elizabeth had been involved with a notorious Hollywood producer, while another claimed she had uncovered a dark secret that led to her death. The media's portrayal of her as a mysterious, tragic figure only fueled speculation. Law enforcement officials faced a daunting task. The killer had left no clear evidence, and suspects emerged from all directions. The last person seen with Elizabeth. Witnesses reported seeing her at a downtown cafe the night she disappeared. A man, described as tall and dark-haired, had been with her, but his identity remained elusive, and he vanished before investigators could find him. One of the earliest suspects was a doctor, rumored to have medical expertise. Some believed Elizabeth had been involved in illegal surgeries or knowledge that threatened someone powerful, but no concrete evidence linked any doctor to the crime. A man named Leslie Dillon, a convicted sex offender, was briefly considered. He had been in L.A. at the time, but alibis cleared him. Still, the police kept him under watch, given his violent history. Speculation abounded that organized crime was involved, possibly silencing Elizabeth because she knew too much. Yet, no tangible proof ever supported these claims. Over the years, countless theories emerged, each attempting to explain the unexplainable. Some believed Elizabeth was the victim of a serial killer operating in Los Angeles, targeting young women with similar backgrounds. The brutal method of her murder hinted at a disturbed mind, possibly linked to other unsolved cases. Another popular idea was that her death had stemmed from a jealous lover or a rejected suitor. Witnesses claimed she had been seen arguing with a man shortly before her disappearance, but no solid leads materialized. Some theorized that Elizabeth's involvement with a powerful Hollywood figure led to her murder, silencing her before she could ever reveal damaging secrets. This theory gained traction because of the city's reputation for dark dealings behind closed doors. The partial fingerprint found at the scene was never conclusively identified. Some believed it belonged to a suspect who had intentionally left it to mislead investigators. Despite the tireless efforts of detectives and the flood of tips from the public, no definitive suspect was ever apprehended. The case went cold, lingering in the shadows, an unresolved mystery that haunted Los Angeles for generations. In the decades that followed, various individuals claimed to have solved the case, but none provided conclusive proof. The FBI and local police reopened the case periodically, applying modern forensic techniques, DNA testing, fingerprint analysis, and psychological profiling. Yet, the killer remained elusive. The Black Dahlia case became a legend, a symbol of Hollywood's dark allure, and a cautionary tale about the dangers lurking beneath fame and beauty. It revealed the city's obsession with glamour, its obsession with secrets, and its inability to tame the darkness that sometimes consumed it. Even now, more than 70 years later, the question remains: who killed Elizabeth Short? Was it a disturbed loner, a jealous lover, a powerful figure trying to hide secrets, or something even darker? The story of the Black Dahlia is a reminder that some mysteries are never fully solved. They remain forever etched in history, shadowed by unanswered questions and the whispers of the past. Excuse me. A little water. Hmm. Let's take a look. Well, damn. Get that idea. Let's. Hmm. What is a good one? Why are they so hard to find? What is this? See if this. I don't want to sign up, man. Alright, we're just going to move to another thread. Is there a prompt in this or no? Well, this I don't think is going to be not what I'm looking for. Maybe. Let's see. Too much work. Forgot about perplexity. The night started like any other in Anchorage. Cold streets, quiet buildings, the kind of darkness that makes a city feel empty, even when it isn't. But somewhere in that silence, a case was already beginning to unravel, one that would expose a level of cruelty so severe it would stun even seasoned investigators. What police would later uncover was not just a murder. It was something far more disturbing. A trail of evidence that suggested the crime had been documented, preserved, and hidden in plain sight. And the man at the center of it all would not look, at first glance, like the kind of person who carried a secret that dark. His name was Brian Stephen Smith. Before the arrests, before the headlines, before the full horror of the case came into view, Brian Stephen Smith lived a life that, on the surface, might have seemed remarkable. He moved through the world like many other men do, quietly, without drawing much attention, blending into the background. That, in part, is what makes the case like this so unsettling. Because when someone appears ordinary, people lower their guard. They miss the small inconsistencies, the odd behavior, the details that, in hindsight, seem impossible to ignore. And in this case, those details would eventually matter. The first major break didn't come from a confession. It came from evidence. Evidence that pointed investigators towards something deeply wrong. Something hidden behind a story that kept getting darker the more it was examined. What initially may have looked like one crime began to feel like a part of a much larger pattern. And then came the discovery that changed everything. A single piece of digital evidence would help pull back the curtain and reveal the scale of what had happened. Suddenly, this was no longer a missing piece of a puzzle. It was a full picture of violence, secrecy, and calculated concealment. At that point, investigators weren't asking whether something terrible had happened. They were asking how far it went. What made this case so chilling was not only the violence itself, but the way it seemed to intersect with technology, documentation, and delayed recognition. The modern world leaves traces everywhere, and sometimes those traces become the only reason the truth survives. This case is a reminder that some of the darkest crimes are not hidden by mystery alone. They're hidden by how long it takes for someone to notice. Once the first layer is removed, the rest of the story becomes almost impossible to look away from. To understand how a case like this unfolds, you have to start with the human side of it. The victim was not a headline before this happened. She was a person with routines, relationships, and a life that existed long before investigators ever knew her name. That matters because the most effective true crime stories don't begin with the crime itself. They begin with the life that was interrupted. In this case, the life was cut off in a way that would later raise questions, painful questions, about how long danger had been building before anyone realized it. The details that eventually came out painted a picture of someone vulnerable, someone whose disappearance or death didn't happen in a vacuum. There were choices made, opportunities missed, and a chain of events that only made sense once the full timeline was assembled. That's usually how these stories work. At first, the pieces look unrelated. A strange detail here, a delayed response there. a clue that seems too small to matter. But then the picture starts to sharpen, and what looked accidental begins to feel deliberate. That's when the atmosphere changes. Because once investigators start connecting those details, the story stops being one about incident and becomes about pattern, behavior, and intent. When a case reaches that point, the audience starts asking the same questions the detectives were asking. How long has this been going? The answer in this case is often longer than anyone wants to believe. At the time, nothing about the early days of the case suggested it would become one of those stories that people would remember for years. It began quietly, the way so many devastating cases do, with small things that were easy to overlook and even easier to dismiss. A person went missing. Questions were asked. Days passed, then weeks, and with every passing day the silence became more unsettling than any answer would have been. In stories like this, the first danger is always the assumption that normalcy means safety. People continue their routines because that is what people do. They go to work, they answer messages, they make plans, and they convince themselves that the world is still arranged the way it was yesterday. But true crime stories often begin in the gap between what everyone else thought was true and what was actually happening behind the scenes. That gap is where the whole case lives. What made this case so disturbing was that the truth did not arrive all at once. It came in fragments. A detail that didn't fit, a timeline that didn't hold up, an object that should not have been where it was found. Each fragment by itself could have been explained away, and that is exactly why the story took time to build. The danger wasn't obvious because the danger was hidden inside the ordinary. That's what makes certain crimes linger in the mind long after the facts are known. They don't feel like lightning strikes. They feel like rot. The victim's family, when viewed honestly, was not just a prelude to tragedy. It mattered. It grounded the story. She had a place in the world before the violence entered it. She had habits, movement, relationships, and a future that other people expected her to keep seeping into. When a case like this is told well, that part can't be rushed, because the audience needs to understand what was taken, not just what happened. The human reality of the person is what gives the crime its weight. Without that, the story becomes a sequence of events. With it, the story becomes unbearable. There was also something deeply unsettling about the way the case forced investigators to think. This wasn't a situation where everything announced itself cleanly. The investigation had to move through uncertainty, and uncertainty is often where bad people survive longest. When the first line of inquiry doesn't immediately produce answers, it gives the suspect room to breathe. It gives rumors room to spread. It gives the public room to guess. And in that space, people can get distracted by the wrong possibility, while the real one keeps moving just out of sight. That's why the strongest true crime stories are rarely about the final act. They're about the machinery that allowed the final act to happen. They're about the habits, the denials, the overlooked signs, and the moments where someone might have noticed something sooner. In a case like this, every stage matters because every stage reveals a little more of the same thing. So it's not a random chaos. There was intention in it. Concealment. There was a mind at work that understood how to hide in plain sight. As the investigation deepened, the story began to tilt. What first seemed like a single event started to look like evidence of something larger, something more organized and more deliberate than anyone wanted to believe. That's the point in the case where the mood changes. The investigation stops being about a question and starts becoming about proof. Detectives are no longer trying to understand whether something terrible happened. They're trying to understand how much of it happened and how long it had been going on before the outside world caught up. On the night of September 4th, 2019, a woman was seen fighting for her life in an Anchorage hotel room, and the only reason the case didn't disappear with her was because someone later found a memory card containing videos and photos of the attack. The footage, according to investigators and court documents, showed a man assaulting, raping, and strangling the victim, and the man would eventually be identified as Brian Stephen Smith. The victim was Kathleen Jo Henry, 30 years old, an Alaskan Native woman whose death became the center of the case. Police say Smith worked at or stayed around Midtown Anchorage Hotel during the time of the killing, and the card was later turned over after a woman found it connected to his phone and brought it to law enforcement. The label on the card reportedly read, "Homicide at Midtown Marriott," which made the whole thing even more chilling, because it suggested the crime was being documented, almost like a file. That discovery opened the door to a far wider investigation. When detectives followed the trail, they found another victim, Veronica Abuchuk, 52, who had gone missing earlier and whose remains were later tied to Smith. Prosecutors said Smith admitted to both murders during questioning, and authorities later charged him in both deaths. In 2024, he was convicted of 14 counts, including 2 counts of first-degree murder, sexual assault, tampering with evidence, and misconduct involving a corpse. What made the case so disturbing was not just that Smith had killed 2 women, but the evidence was preserved in images and video, and that he allegedly spoke in a way that seemed taunting and detached while the violence was happening. The footage and photos were powerful enough to lead investigators directly to the truth, and they later became central to the prosecution's case. After the conviction, Smith was sentenced to 226 years in prison for the murders. All right. This is the Murdoch murders. In the low country of South Carolina, there's a name that carries weight, power, history. The Murdoch family has run law enforcement and justice in this corner of the state for generations. 3 generations of prosecutors, attorneys who know every judge, every clerk, every sheriff by their first name. They own hunting land that stretches for miles, properties with names like Moselle, the Alameda, Murdoch Island. On the surface, they're South Carolina royalty. But on the night of June 7th, 2021, that name was about to become synonymous with something darker, something that would destroy a dynasty. This is their story. "2019, the crack in the foundation. Before that night, before the bodies, before the lies, before the federal investigation that would expose decades of financial crime, there was a boat. On February 23rd, 2019, 6 teenagers set out for what should have been a simple night out, an oyster roast, a bar, a ride home in a boat. 19-year-old Paul Murdoch was there. He was the youngest son of Alex Murdoch, the patriarch of the family's law firm. Paul was described as charismatic, charming even, the kind of kid who could get away with things because of who his father was. That night, he wasn't supposed to be drinking. None of the teenagers were. They were all underage. But Paul Murdoch had a fake ID. Earlier that day, surveillance cameras captured him at Parker's convenience store in Ridgeland, South Carolina, using his older brother Buster's driver's license to buy alcohol. The store clerk didn't look too carefully. The customer was connected. The kid was a Murdoch. By 7 p.m. that evening, Paul, his girlfriend Morgan Doty, and 4 other friends had assembled at a Murdoch family river property they called Murdoch Island. A cooler filled with beer and liquor sat in the center of Paul's father's boat, a nice one, built for hunting and fishing and leisurely rides down the creek. That's what they told themselves this would be. Leisurely. Around midnight, the group headed to downtown Beaufort, to Luther's rare and well-drone, a dockside bar. The surveillance footage shows them at 1:13 a.m. walking back toward the boat. It's grainy, but clear enough. 6 young people, laughing, moving easily. The last documented moment of one of them alive. Paul Murdoch insisted on driving the boat back. Witnesses later said he was belligerent about it, aggressive. When other passengers asked if someone else could take the wheel, he refused. He allegedly shoved his girlfriend. He spat. He slapped her. And then he climbed behind the controls of a high-powered center console boat with a blood alcohol content that would later test at .286, nearly 3 times the legal limit. At 2:17 a.m., traveling at a high speed through waters he'd traveled 100 times before, Paul Murdoch's boat rammed directly into a piling of the Archers Creek Bridge near Paris Island. The front of the boat split open, a 6-foot gash. The impact was catastrophic. Mallory Beach, 19 years old, a recent high school graduate who worked at a clothing boutique and dreamed of becoming an interior designer, was ejected from the boat into the dark water. Connor Cook, one of the surviving teenagers, called 911. "We're in a boat crash on Archers Creek," he said, his voice shaking. "We have someone missing. Please send someone." "There's 6 of us," he continued. and one is missing. The operator asked, "Who's that?" A female. "Mallory Beach is missing." Mallory Beach was missing. For 8 days, volunteers and search teams scoured the waterways. 8 days of her family waiting. Of Mallory's boyfriend, Anthony Cook, hoping against all reason that she'd somehow managed to swim to shore, to find shelter, to survive. On March 3rd, 2019, Mallory Beach's 20th birthday, her body was found 5 miles downstream. She had drowned. Blunt force trauma. The bright life of a 19-year-old girl snuffed out in seconds. Paul Murdaugh was arrested, charged with 3 felonies, boating under the influence, resulting in death, and serious injury to others. He pleaded not guilty and was released on bond. And here's the thing about the Murdaugh family. They know how to manage these situations. Alex Murdaugh appeared at the hospital the night of the crash. Nurses later reported that he went to every patient, every injured teenager, and instructed them not to say anything to authorities about what happened. Don't talk to police. Don't tell anyone who was driving. The narrative began to shift immediately. Connor Cook, one of the passengers, said Paul told him that Connor, had been driving, that Paul wanted him to take the blame. But the evidence wouldn't support it. The medical evidence, the physics of the injuries, the location of Paul's wounds, all of it pointed to one thing. Paul Murdaugh had been driving the boat. The charges remained. For the next 2 years, Paul Murdaugh waited for trial. 2 years of his father's prominent law firm working with phones, consulting with other attorneys, doing what powerful families do when their children face consequences. The trial was scheduled for June 10th, 2021, 4 days after the murders. The morning of June 7th, 2021, began like any other in low country, humid, thick with heat, already before 9 a.m. The kind of morning where you know it's going to be a brutal day. Alex Murdaugh woke up at his family estate, Moselle. 1,770 acres of land, hunting cabins, kennels, a main house. Everything arranged around the property like places on a board he controlled. His wife, Maggie, was there. She was 52 years old. The marriage was troubled. People who knew the family would later describe it as strained, distant. There were stories, infidelities, emotional distance. The kind of fractures that develop in a marriage over decades when 2 people have drifted so far apart that they might as well be strangers sharing a house. Their youngest son, Paul, was there too. 22 years old, still facing those felony charges in the boat crash. Still waiting for trial. Still, in many ways, still the golden boy of the family. Handsome, charismatic, seemingly untouched by consequence. Alex Murdaugh was 54 years old, a pillar of his community, a partner in one of the most prestigious law firms in South Carolina, a man with clients, with power, with secrets. He had secrets. The financial crimes had been going on for years, at least 20 years, prosecutors would later argue. 2 decades of stealing from clients, from his law firm, from the estates he was supposed to be managing, from insurance settlements meant for widows and injured people. All of it carefully hidden. All of it covered up with the confidence of a man who believed his position, his family name, his connections made him untouchable. He was wrong. On June 7th, one of his former clients, someone he'd stolen from, though they didn't know it yet, had information that was about to come to light. information about missing money, about accounts that didn't add up. And the trial was coming in 3 days. June 10th, Paul's trial, the boat crash trial. The moment when everything would start to unravel, when testimony would be given, when people would begin to talk. Alex Murdaugh's life, his carefully constructed, meticulously maintained life, was about to collapse. At some point in the afternoon, Alex Murdaugh made a decision. He told Maggie and Paul that he was going to visit his mother. He called her Alameda. She was in another location away from Moselle, away from the kennels where the family kept their hunting dogs. He said he wouldn't be long. The exact timeline of what happened next would become crucial to the case, crucial and contested, because what Alex Murdaugh told police and what the evidence showed were two very different things. According to Alex, he left Moselle around 6 p.m. and drove to see his mother. He stayed for only about 20 minutes, and then he came back. He said he was alone, but the evidence told a different story. Cell phone data, vehicle telemetry, security footage, GPS records. All of it would later show that at 8:44 p.m. on the evening of June 7, 2021, Alex Murdaugh was at the kennels with his wife and his son, just minutes before they died. At 10:07 p.m. The sun had been down for hours. The low-country night was thick and dark, the kind of darkness that exists away from city lights, away from civilization. Just trees and water, and the sounds of insects and distant wildlife. At 10:07 p.m., a call came into Colton County Sheriff's Department. The voice on the line was frantic, gasping, a man in shock or pretending to be. "This is Alex Murdaugh," he said. "This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police and an ambulance immediately. My wife and son were just shot badly." Even in those first seconds, even in that moment of supposed panic, he introduced himself. Not "please send help" or "I need an ambulance," but first his name. "I am Alex Murdaugh," as if his identity mattered more than the emergency itself. The 911 dispatcher, a woman named Angel Frazier, began asking questions. "Yes, sir, stay on the line with me, okay?" she said. Alex was breathing heavily, his voice high and strained. "Yes, sir, 4147 Moselle Road. Please send help. Help me, hurry." "Are they breathing?" Fraser asked. There was a pause. The sound of movement, of a man walking through his property in the dark, looking at something he already knew was beyond help. "No, ma'am," Alex said. "Are they in a vehicle?" "No, ma'am. They're on the ground at my kennels." My kennels. The emphasis on possession, on ownership. The dispatcher asked if he had seen anyone, if he had heard anything, if anyone was supposed to be at his house. Alex said no, he had been gone. Said he had just gotten back. Then he said something that would echo through the entire investigation. "My son had a boat wreck. He's been threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times." Even now, in his panic, Alex Murdaugh was laying groundwork for a narrative. It wasn't a random killing. It was a personal crime. Retaliation. It was about the boat crash. It was about all those people who blamed Paul, who wanted revenge on the Murdaugh name. He was already building the story. The dispatcher told him to turn on his vehicle flashes so emergency responders could find him. Alex said he would. Said he was going to go back down the road to the kennels to wait for help. Then he said something else. I need to go back up to my house just to get a gun, just in case. I'm about 100 yards away. The dispatcher immediately told him not to do that. I know you're upset, Mr. Murdoch, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out. Alex agreed. I won't do that. The call lasted about 6 minutes. 6 minutes of a man reporting the deaths of his wife and son. 6 minutes of questions and answers, and the slow horror of understanding what had been found on that property. 6 minutes during which Alex Murdoch was already, perhaps, constructing the narrative that would consume the next 2 years of his life. "10:15 p.m. First responders arrive. Deputy Daniel Green was the first to arrive at Moselle. What he found was a scene of almost incomprehensible violence. The kennels were a separate structure on the property, about a third of a mile from the main house. It was where the family kept their hunting dogs, where they had equipment stored, a working space away from the main residence. Maggie Murdoch was face down on the ground. There was blood. There was biological material. There was a hole in her head where a bullet had entered. Paul was nearby. His condition was worse. Far worse. Dr. Ellen Reamer, the medical examiner, would later testify that Paul Murdoch had been shot with a 12-gauge shotgun, twice, once in the shoulder and once in the head. The force of the wound was catastrophic, so violent that Paul's brain, as Alex had gasped into the 911 phone, was partially gone. Deputy Green confirmed it immediately. Paul and Maggie were not breathing. They weren't responsive. There was nothing that could have been done for them. The scene around them was secured. The dogs in the kennels began to bark. The night filled with sirens, with the sound of vehicles arriving, with the purposeful chaos of a crime scene response. Medical examiner, coroner, sheriff's deputies, all of them converging on this property in the dark. And standing in the middle of it all was Alex Murdoch. Later that night, as Alex stood there in the chaos, as investigators began their work, as family members started to arrive at the property, he was already being consistent about one thing. This wasn't me. This was about the boat crash. This was about retaliation. He told Deputy Green the same thing he told the 911 dispatcher. He told arriving family members. He told everyone who would listen. The boat crash. Paul's enemies. The people who blamed the Murdoch's family for Mallory Beach's death. It was a coherent narrative. Believable. It was, in many ways, the logical conclusion to draw. A family destroyed by a tragedy 2 years earlier. A young man facing trial. People seeking revenge. Who would think to look deeper? Who would question the grieving father standing in the dark next to the bodies of his wife and son? In the hours after the discovery, questions began to form. Questions that would not be answered for months. Why was Alex at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. when he said he'd been at his mother's house? What happened in the 13 minutes between when his voice appeared on Paul's video and when Maggie and Paul's phone went dark? Who moved Maggie's phone those 59 steps? Where were the weapons? Was there more than one shooter? And perhaps the most damning question of it all, if Alex Murdaugh had truly been gone, if he had truly just returned and found his wife and son dead, why in a frantic 911 call did he waste precious seconds introducing himself to a dispatcher who didn't need to know his name? This is Alex Murdaugh. That night, June 7th, 2021, would become the hinge upon which everything turned. The investigation would last for 15 months. The trial would last for 6 weeks. The jury would deliberate for less than 3 hours. And by March 2nd, 2023, Alex Murdaugh would be found guilty on all charges. 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. He would receive 2 consecutive life sentences. But the story doesn't end there, because in the months and years that followed, new evidence would emerge. Evidence of jury tampering, evidence that a court clerk, an officer of the court herself, had manipulated the very process meant to ensure justice. And in May of 2026, the South Carolina Supreme Court would overturn the convictions. A new trial would be ordered. The case would remain unsolved. All because of what happened on that dark night in June. All because of what Alex Murdaugh did, or claimed not to do, at the kennel at Moselle. This is where it began. This is where everything fell apart. Episode 2, The Lies Unravel. The sound of a phone being dialed, a 911 dispatcher's voice, the background noise of uncertainty. In the hours after discovering his wife and son dead, Alex Murdaugh told everyone the same story. I was gone. I came back. I found them. It was a simple narrative, clean, believable for a man in shock. But from the moment investigators began asking questions, there were inconsistencies. Small ones at first. Timelines that didn't quite match. Details that shifted depending on who was asking. Within 3 months, those small inconsistencies would become a mountain of evidence that would place him at the scene minutes before his family was executed. This is the story of how a man's lies, and the evidence that contradicted them, built the case against him. June 8th, 2021. Early morning interview. The sun had barely risen on June 8th when investigators began their work in earnest. Colton County Sheriff's deputies and agents from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, converged on the property. The bodies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh had been removed during the night. What remained was the crime scene itself: blood, evidence, the physical markers of violent death. In the middle of it all was Alex Murdaugh. He was cooperative, or at least he appeared to be. He was grieving, or appeared to be grieving. He was helpful, or performed helpfulness. Hours after finding his wife and son dead, Alex sat down for an interview with SLED agents in Colton County Sheriff's Department, Laura Rutland. The interview took place in a police vehicle parked outside his hunting estate. Rain fell on the humid South Carolina night. Alex was sweating through a white t-shirt and olive-colored shorts. Beside him sat Danny Henderson, an attorney from his law firm, there to comfort his friend, to protect his interests. The interview was recorded. Deputy Rutland took notes in the back seat. Agent David Owen conducted the questioning. Alex told them he had visited his mother earlier that evening. His father was in the hospital, critically ill, dying. His mother had Alzheimer's disease. He said he'd called and texted his wife when he left the property, but that she hadn't responded. He said he returned home and found it empty. He said he drove down to the kennels to find out where Maggie and Paul were. And that's where he found them, shot to death. His wife and his youngest son. He told investigators he checked their pulses. He was mindful that he was standing at a crime scene, he said. He tried to turn his body's son over, which, he said, caused Pa's cell phone to fall out of his pocket. His relationships with his wife and son were wonderful, he said. But he also offered investigators two theories for who could have committed the crime. The first was the boat crash, Paul's alleged role in the death of Mallory Beach, the people who blamed the Murdaugh family, the threats that had been made. The second was less coherent. It was almost like he was grasping for any explanation, any possibility, any narrative that didn't point to him. But one thing was clear. Alex was very explicit about one crucial detail. Said he was not at the kennels when his wife and son were shot. Said he stayed in his house. Said he was taking a nap. Said he did not go down to the kennels with Maggie and Paul. June 10th, 2021. Second interview. 2 days later, Alex was interviewed again. This time, the agents had more information. They'd begun the work of reconstructing the timeline. They had cell phone data. They had begun to understand the movements of people on the property that night. The second interview was also recorded. And during this interview, something happened that would haunt the investigation for months. Alex made a statement about Paul, about losing his son, about the grief of what had happened. According to SLED agent Jeff Croft, who testified at trial, Alex said, "I did him so bad." Or possibly, they did him so bad. The distinction mattered a lot. If Alex said, "I did him so bad," it could be interpreted as a confession, a slip of the tongue, an admission of guilt in a moment of emotion. If he said, "They did him so bad," it fit his narrative. Someone else had done this, not him. Agent Croft was confident he heard "I." The defense predictably insisted he heard they. It was the kind of detail that would replay in the minds of jurors months later, when they sat in a courtroom trying to decide whether a man had murdered his own family. But at the time, in June 2021, it was just one detail among many. The larger investigation was beginning. The timeline was beginning to form. And then, in those early days of investigation, something critical was overlooked. The missing piece. The Snapchat video. A smoking gun. In the days and weeks after the murders, investigators worked through the crime scene evidence systematically. Paul's cell phone had been recovered at the scene. The device had fallen out of his pocket when Alex turned his body over, or so Alex said. Investigators examined the phone. They reviewed the messages, the calls, the photos. But they initially missed something crucial. Snapchat is a different kind of application. The messages disappear. The photos delete themselves. The platform is designed for ephemeral communication, words and images that vanish into the digital void. But videos can sometimes be found in the phone's data, even after they've been deleted. It took months for investigators to work with Snapchat and Apple to fully recover the data on Paul's phone. They had to hack into the device. They had to work through the labyrinth of digital forensics to find what was hidden in the code. And when they found it, when they finally recovered what had been there all along, they found a video. A 50-second video, recorded at 8:44 p.m. on the evening of June 7, 2021, at the kennels. Paul had recorded a video of one of the family's chocolate Labradors, a dog named Cash. A family friend, Rogan Gibson, had asked Paul to record a video because the dog had a possible injury to its tail. Paul was documenting the injury for his friend. It was an innocuous moment, a brief video between friends. But in the background of that video, clear enough that an investigator listening to it could hear it, distinct enough that a jury watching it would have no doubt, was a voice. A man's voice. Giving instructions, speaking to someone, present in the moment. It was Alex Murdaugh's voice. The video was played for Rogan Gibson, the family friend who had asked Paul to record it. Gibson was a farmer, a lifelong friend of the Murdaugh family. He described Alex Murdaugh as a second father to him, a man he had known most of his life. When investigators played the video for him, they asked, "Is that Alex Murdaugh's voice?" Gibson listened, and he was certain. 100%, he said. He was asked, could there be any scenario where someone else's voice was on that video in the background? He said no. He couldn't imagine any explanation other than Alex Murdaugh being present at the kennels at that moment. The defense didn't challenge Gibson's identification. They understood what that video meant. They understood that this was not a detail they could effectively dispute. The truth was undeniable. Alex Murdaugh was at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on June 7, 2021, just 8 minutes after Maggie and Paul's last phone activity. As the investigation progressed, prosecutors and investigators worked backward from the hard evidence. Cell phone data doesn't lie. A cell phone leaves digital breadcrumbs. Every call, every text, every moment a phone connects to a cell tower tells a story. The prosecution brought in expert witnesses, Verizon analysts, digital forensic specialists, who testified what the phone showed. Alex Murdaugh's phone showed, at 6 p.m., Alex leaves Moselle to supposedly visit his mother. 42 minutes later, cell data shows Alex's vehicle arriving back at Moselle. It had been gone for less than an hour. At 8:44 p.m., Alex's voice appears on Paul's video at the kennels. At 8:53 to 8:55, Maggie's iPhone travels 59 steps. Someone moved her phone, back and forth, an area about 60 feet in length. At 9:02 p.m., Maggie's phone and Paul's phone stopped showing meaningful activity. No more calls, no more texts, no more digital signs of life. At 9:06 p.m., Alex's phone registers activity. He begins making calls, multiple calls in quick succession. He called his wife Maggie 5 times. He texted her, "Call me, babe." 9:45 p.m., more activity on his phone. And then at 10:07 p.m., he called 911. Prosecutors argued that this pattern of behavior, the calls, the text, the manufactured activity, was deliberate. Was Alex creating an alibi? After killing his family, he had gone to his mother's house. He had established that he was somewhere else, and then, hours later, he had returned to the property, discovered the bodies, and called for help. But the video had destroyed that alibi, because Alex's voice was there, at the kennels, at 8:44 p.m. When Creighton Waters, the lead prosecutor, presented his case in trial, he walked the jury through this evidence methodically. He showed them the cell phone data, timestamps, location data, the breadcrumb trail of a man's movements through space and time. He showed them the Snapchat video. They heard Alex's voice, undeniable, unmistakable. Then, months later, when Alex took the stand in his own defense, he'd had no choice but to admit the truth. Defense attorney Jim Griffin asked him directly, "Were you, in fact, at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night of Maggie and Paul were murdered?" Alex Murdaugh, sitting at the witness box, had to answer, "I was." "Did you lie to SLED agents Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th? "I did lie to them." "Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft in the follow-up interview on June 10th? "I did lie to them." "Why?" Alex's explanation was that his addiction to prescription painkillers, 60 pills a day at the height of his use, had caused him to develop paranoid thinking. Being questioned by detectives that night, having his hands tested for gunshot residue, having police at his home, it had triggered a paranoid response, he said. He couldn't think straight. He couldn't reason his way through it, so he lied. He quoted Shakespeare of all things. "What a tangled web we weave. Once I told a lie, I told my family I had to keep lying." Prosecutor Creighton Waters wasn't sympathetic. "You're a lawyer, and a prosecutor is up at 9:02, finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not all true?" Waters asked. Alex denied it. "It's an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say," he insisted, denying any involvement in hurting his family. But the testimony had been given. The evidence had been presented. And sitting in the jury box, 12 people heard all and understood one thing. While the murder investigation continued, quiet, methodical, building evidence, a parallel investigation had begun that would reveal another dimension to Alex Murdaugh's case. In October 2021, more than a year after the murders, Alex Murdaugh was arrested on felony charges in a completely different case. Gloria Satterfield, She was a housekeeper who had worked for the Murdoch family for years. In 2018, she died after a fall at the family's home. It was ruled an accident. Tragic slip and fall. But after the murders of Maggie and Paul, investigators began looking more closely at circumstances of Gloria's death. And what they found was stunning. Alex Murdoch had encouraged Gloria Satterfield's family to file a civil suit against him. He had represented them in a suit, and then, when an insurance settlement came through, a substantial one, meant to compensate the family for the loss of a mother, Alex Murdoch had stolen it. He had diverted the money to his own accounts. The Satterfield family never received the settlement they were promised. Instead, the money went to Alex Murdoch. Later, he was arrested in Orlando, Florida, where he had checked himself into a rehabilitation facility for opioid addiction. After that arrest, the floodgates opened. November 2021, the financial house of cards collapses. In November 2021, the South Carolina Attorney General's office announced that a state grand jury had issued multiple indictments against Alex Murdoch for financial crimes. 27 charges. The alleged schemes involved the defrauding of nearly $5 million, breach of trust, forgery, money laundering, computer crimes, obtaining property by false pretenses. It was a systematic, long-term scheme. Prosecutors alleged that Alex Murdoch had been stealing from his clients for years, for at least 22 years. He had diverted settlement funds meant for injured people. He had embezzled from his law firm's accounts. He had created fake billing statements. He had hidden money in his accounts created under false names. And all of it had been done while he maintained his position as a prominent attorney, while he sat at the head of his family's law firm, while he served as a part-time prosecutor in the community. In June 2021, just days before Maggie and Paul were killed, Alex Murdoch's financial crimes were about to be exposed. There were questions about missing money, discrepancies in accounts. A civil case involving Paul and the boat crash was scheduled to go to trial, and during that trial, Alex's finances would be scrutinized. Depositions would be taken. Documents would be produced. The web of lies would begin to unravel. And according to prosecutors, Alex Murdoch knew it. He knew that in a matter of days, perhaps that very week, his crimes would come to light. He'd lose his law firm. He would lose his license. He'd lose his position in the community. He would face prosecution. On July 12, 2022, the evidence against Alex Murdoch in the murder case had been mounting quietly. The Snapchat video, the cell phone data, the timeline that didn't add up. On July 12, 2022, the South Carolina Supreme Court formally disbarred Alex Murdoch. They noted his admissions of unethical conduct in the context of his myriad criminal charges. He had already moved from being suspended from practicing law in September 2021. Now he was formally removed from profession entirely. He was no longer Alex Murdoch Esquire. Now he's just Alex Murdoch, criminal defendant with mounting charges. 2 days later, a grand jury in Colton County, the county where the murders had occurred, issued formal charges. 2 counts of murder. 2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. The indictment stated specifically that Alex Murdoch had shot his wife with a rifle and his son with a shotgun. It was official. It was formal. It was the legal system saying, "We believe you committed these murders." SLED Chief Mark Keel had made a statement. Today is one more step in a long process for justice for Maggie and Paul. 1 week later, Alex Murdaugh appeared in court to enter his plea. He stood before Judge Newman and insisted, not guilty. He didn't commit these murders. His lawyers would argue that there is no physical evidence placing him at the scene. No fingerprints. No gunshot residue. No murder weapon found in his possession. His defense team stated publicly, Mr. Murdaugh believes the killer or killers are still at large. But the judge was unmoved. Bond was denied. Alex Murdaugh would be held without bail pending trial. He was taken into custody and placed in Richland County Jail, given an inmate number. The prominent South Carolina attorney, member of a family that had run local prosecutor's office for nearly a century, was now a prisoner awaiting trial for the murders of his wife and son. Between the indictment in July 2022 and the beginning of his murder trial in January of 23, Alex Murdaugh sat in jail. The financial crimes continued to pile up. In August 2022, he was indicted on 9 more charges related to fraud and forgery. In December of 2022, he was indicted on 9 counts of tax evasion for failing to report more than $6 million in income he earned through illegal acts. By the time his murder trial began, he was facing a total of more than 70 state charges relating to financial crimes alone. And then there were the federal charges. In May 2023, a federal grand jury indicted him on 22 counts for money laundering, wire fraud, and bank fraud. The walls were closing in from every direction. The only charges that mattered, the only ones that could send him to prison for life, were the murder charges. As investigators worked on the case, they explored the 2 potential motives that had become apparent. The boat crash theory. Paul had killed Mallory Beach. People had threatened revenge. Perhaps someone had killed Paul and Maggie in retaliation. That was the narrative Alex had offered immediately on the 9/11 call. In his first police interview, the narrative that pointed away from him. The financial crimes theory. Alex's crimes were about to be exposed. The trial in the boat crash case would involve discovery of his finances. Documents would be produced. People would start asking questions. If Maggie and Paul were dead, the focus would shift. The trial would be delayed or dismissed. The civil case would collapse. Nobody would be thinking about Alex's stolen millions. Prosecutors believed the second theory was the real motive. It was more direct, more immediate, more powerful, and it fit the timeline. Just days before the murders, Alex had been confronted by his law firm's chief financial officer about missing money. Approximately $792,000 from a case he had worked on. $792,000 that had disappeared. And 3 days after the murders, 3 days, charges against Paul in the boat crash case were dropped because Paul was dead. The trial was never held. The financial crimes were never discussed. At least not yet. In the 18 months between the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh and the beginning of Alex's trial, a picture had emerged. Not a picture of a grieving father and devoted husband, but a picture of a man with everything to lose. A man with motive. A man who had been caught in a lie about his whereabouts that night. A man whose voice was on a video placing him at the scene. A man whose cell phone data showed a pattern of calls and texts designed to establish an alibi. A man who faced financial ruin, criminal prosecution, and loss of everything he had built. A man, perhaps, desperate enough to do something unspeakable. The investigation had taken 13 months. But when investigators finally brought their case to trial in January of 23, they believed they had the answer to the question, that had haunted South Carolina for nearly 2 years. Who killed Maggie and Paul Murdoch? The answer, according to prosecutors, was standing in the courtroom, looking at the jury of 12 people who would spend the next 6 weeks examining every detail, every inconsistency, every lie, waiting to see if they believed the evidence, waiting to see if they believed the lies that had finally unraveled. I'll finish with the next episode soon. Give me a second. I need a drink. The next episode should be generating any second. Give me 1 minute. This has been an interesting case. Nice twist. One where, just from an innocent night out with your friends, takes down a whole empire. Just shows how fragile life can be, and circumstances that are just crazy. The sound of gavel strikes. A courtroom filling with reporters, cameras, spectators. For 13 months, the case against Alex Murdoch had been building in the shadows. In police interviews and crime labs, in bank records and cell phone data, in the testimonies of people who knew him, people who had worked with him, people he had stolen from. But now, in January of 2023, it was time for all that to come into light. It was time for a jury to hear the case. It was time for the 12 citizens of South Carolina to decide whether the evidence was enough to convict a man of murdering his wife and son. It was time for trial. The morning began like so many murder trials begin, with the question of who gets to judge. Not the judge in the robe sitting at the bench, Judge Clifton Newman, who would preside over the proceedings, but the 12 ordinary people who would sit in a jury box and decide the fate of a man accused of double murder. Jury selection in a high-profile case is an art form. Lawyers on both sides are looking for people who can be sympathetic to their narrative. The prosecution wants jurors who believe in the system, who believe in evidence, who aren't afraid to convict a prominent man if the evidence demands it. The defense wants jurors who are skeptical of authority, who believe in the presumption of innocence, who require absolute proof before they'll send a man to prison for life. On January 25th, 2023, the process began. Approximately 900 potential jurors showed up at the Colton County Courthouse in Waterboro. By the end of the day, the field had been narrowed to about 120. Over the next 2 days, both sides questioned jurors individually. They tried to understand their biases, their backgrounds, their beliefs. Where'd they work? How did they feel about lawyers? Had they ever been a victim of crime? Had they ever been falsely accused of something? Did they believe in the death penalty? Did they trust the police? Had they ever known anyone who was murdered? All of these questions were designed to find jurors who could be fair, or, more accurately, jurors who could be trusted to vote for your side. By Wednesday afternoon, the process was complete. 12 jurors and 6 alternates had been selected. They sat in a jury box, some nervous, some curious, all of them aware that they were about to spend the next 6 weeks of their lives in a courthouse listening to evidence in one of the most sensational cases in South Carolina history. They had no idea yet what they were about to hear. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on January 25th, 2023, Creighton Waters, the lead prosecutor, stood before the jury. He was about to paint a picture, a narrative of events on the night of June 7, 2021. A narrative of a man faced with financial ruin, with exposure, with the collapse of everything he had built, and a narrative how that man allegedly responded. Waters was a careful speaker. He didn't shout. He didn't gesticulate wildly. He spoke as a lawyer speaks, methodically, logically, laying out an argument piece by piece. The evidence is going to show, he began, that Paul collapsed right outside that feeding room. Just moments later, Alex Murdaugh opened fire on his wife, Maggie, just feet away. He described the violence. Pop, 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 he said, mimicking the sound of gunshots. Took her down. Catastrophic damage. Dead instantly. He walked the jury through the timeline. 8:44 p.m. Alex's voice on Paul's Snapchat video at the kennels. 8:53 to 8:55 p.m. Maggie's phone moving 59 steps. Someone moving it. Alex moving it, perhaps, trying to hide it. 9:02 p.m. Both phones go dark. No more activity. No more signs of life. Just over 3 minutes later, Waters said, referring to Paul's video, Paul's cell phone locks forever. He spoke about the weapons. The .300 blackout rifle that had killed Maggie, a family weapon, ammunition found throughout the property, in the flower beds at the firing range, casings that ballistic experts would say came from the same gun that killed her. The 12-gauge shotgun that had killed Paul, fired at close range, catastrophic injury. It was a family weapon that killed Maggie Murdaugh, Waters said. He spoke about the calls. After the killings, Alex had called Maggie's phone 5 times, trying to establish an alibi, Waters argued, trying to make it look like he'd been somewhere else. And then, hours later, the 911 call, the discovery of the bodies, the performance of grief. But here's what Waters wanted the jury to understand. All of this was circumstantial evidence. There was no eyewitnesses, no confession, no video of the actual murders. But Waters told the jury something important. A lot of times people hear, oh, it's just a circumstantial case. But the law says otherwise. The law says circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. He used the metaphor. The perfect storm was gathering, he said. Listen to that gathering storm. And then he pointed at the defense table, at the man sitting there in his suit and tie. He was the storm. The storm was coming for them, just like the storms that are headed for here right now. After Waters sat down, Dick Harpoodlin stood up. He was a different kind of lawyer than Waters, more theatrical, more willing to appeal to emotion. He told the jury it was an honor to represent Alex Murdaugh. He told them to remember that Murdaugh is presumed innocent, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecution. But his central argument was simple. This is Alex Murdaugh. Alex was the loving father of Paul and the loving husband of Maggie. You're not going to hear a single witness that says that their relationship were anything other than loving. He attacked the prosecution's cases, theories, and conjecture. He said the evidence of financial crimes had nothing to do with murder, that just because a man steals money doesn't mean he kills his family. He pointed out that when law enforcement searched Alex's clothes the night of the murders, they found no blood. No human blood detected, period, he said. He suggested that perhaps there were two shooters, a theory that would come up again and again in a defensive narrative. Who was Maggie running from? He asked the jury, implying that Maggie had been fleeing from one shooter while Paul was being shot by another. He asked the judge if the jury could visit the crime scene. He wanted them to understand how large the property was, how far apart the locations were, how difficult it would have been for one person to commit these murders alone. Judge Newman agreed. At some point during the trial, the jury would make a field trip to Moselle. Over the next 3 weeks, the prosecution called witness after witness. The process was methodical. Each witness was a piece of the puzzle. Each testimony added another layer of the narrative. The first witnesses were the first responders. Deputy Daniel Green, who had arrived at the property after the 911 call, described what he found: the bodies, the blood, the scene of violence. He testified about his interaction with Alex Murdaugh that night, about how Alex was emotional, but also, according to Green, not what you'd expect from a man who just discovered his wife and his son murdered. Then came Deputy Laura Rutland, who had been present during Alex's initial interview with the police. The prosecution had body camera footage of that interview. It was played for the jury. They heard Alex's voice, sobbing, gasping, describing the scene in emotional terms. But what was crucial, what the prosecution wanted the jury to notice, was that Alex appeared clean. No blood on his body, Rutland testified. No blood on his clothes. No human blood detected, period. The prosecution argued this was because Alex had changed his clothes. He'd had time between the murders and the discovery of the bodies to clean up, to change. The defense argued it was because Alex wasn't there when the murders happened. Then came one of the most explosive pieces of evidence. The prosecution called Rogan Gibson, a family friend of the Murdaughs. Gibson testified about Paul recording a video of the family dog, Cash, about how he'd asked Paul to record it because the dog had a possible tail injury. The jury was shown the video. 50 seconds of footage. Paul filming the chocolate Labrador. And in the background, unmistakably, the voice of a man giving instructions, speaking to someone. The jury heard Alex Murdaugh's voice at the kennels at 8:44 p.m., the night of the murders. Minutes before prosecutors said Maggie and Paul were executed. Gibson was asked directly, "Is that Alex Murdaugh's voice?" 100%, he said. "I've known Alex most of my life. That's his voice." The defense did not challenge Gibson's identification of the voice. Then came the technical witnesses, cell phone experts, SLED agents, men and women who had spent hours reconstructing the movements of the people that night. The prosecution called SLED Special Agent Peter Rudofsky, who had synthesized all the data, the cell phone records, vehicle telemetry, OnStar data, step counts, text messages, witness testimony, into a single chronological account. Rudofsky presented a timeline that was damning. 6 p.m. Alex leaves Moselle to visit his mother. 6:42 p.m. Alex's vehicle returns to Moselle. He's been gone less than an hour. 8:44 p.m. Alex's voice appears on Paul's video at the kennels. Then at 8:53 to 8:55, Maggie's phone moves 59 steps. 9:02. Both phones go dark. No more activity. 9:06. Alex's phone shows activity again. Phone calls. Multiple calls. In rapid succession. The prosecution argued this pattern showed guilt. Alex was there. He killed him. And then he tried to establish an alibi by calling his wife, texting her, making it look like he was elsewhere at the time. When Rudofsky finished his testimony, the defense cross-examined him relentlessly. Phil Barber, one of the defense attorneys, challenged every detail. How long did the drive to Alameda take? Could there be variations? Were the test drives conducted the same way Murdoch drove? Barber even set a 20-second timer in the courtroom. He asked, in 20 seconds, could someone who had already seen the bodies pull up realize what they were seeing and call 911? Rudofsky said yes, that was possible. But the jury had heard the testimony, and the timeline seemed to fit. The prosecution also called witnesses to testify about Alex's financial situation. Gene Seckinger, the chief financial officer of Alex's law firm, testified about missing funds, about confronting Alex on the morning of June 7, 2021, the morning of the murders, about $792,000 that had disappeared. She had said she'd told Alex about the discrepancy, and he'd told her he could explain it. But after the murders, the investigation into the missing funds took a back seat. We weren't going to go in there and harass him about money, but we were worried about his mental state and the fact that his family had been killed, she testified. The prosecution argued this showed motive. Alex knew his crimes were about to be exposed, in the boat crash trial scheduled to begin on June 10th, just 3 days after the murders. His finances would be scrutinized. Documents would be produced, depositions taken. His embezzlement would come to light. So he killed Maggie and Paul. It was his last desperate act to change the narrative. One of the most contentious pieces of evidence came from a second police interview. 3 days after the murders, Alex was interviewed again by SLED agents. The interview was recorded. During this interview, while talking about Paul, about losing him, Alex had made the statement, "I did him so bad." Or possibly they did him so bad. The difference mattered enormously. If Alex said, "I did him so bad," it could be interpreted as a confession, a slip, a moment where his guard was down and the truth came out. If he said, "They did him so bad," it fit his narrative. Someone else did this. Croft was confident he heard "I." The jury heard the recording. It was muffled. It was emotional. It was ambiguous. Different jurors likely heard it differently, but the prosecution had planted the seed. Had Alex Murdoch accidentally confessed? Prosecution also called expert witness to the stand to walk the jury through the crime scene. It was medical examiner Dr. Ellen Reamer. He testified about the autopsy findings. Paul had been shot twice with a 12-gauge shotgun, once in the shoulder, once in the head. The head wound was catastrophic. The force of the blast had severed Paul's matter from his skull. Maggie had been shot 5 times with a .300 blackout rifle, through her left wrist, through her left thigh. through her upper abdomen, with the round exiting through her lower back, a downward trajectory shot to the right back of her head. Execution style. Close range. Neither victim had defensive wounds. They hadn't fought back. They hadn't tried to escape. It had been quick. It had been brutal. It had been professional. At the defense's request, the jury was taken to Moselle, the massive hunting estate where the murders had occurred. The prosecution and defense walked the jury through the property. They showed them the kennels where the bodies were found. They showed them the distance between the main house and the kennels, about a third of a mile. They showed them the feed room where Paul had collapsed. They showed them where Maggie's body was found. The jury saw the place where a man had allegedly murdered his wife and son. They stood in the same place. They understood the geography. They felt the scale of the property. And perhaps as they stood there, they began to understand what might have happened on the night of June 7th. By February 17th, the prosecution had presented the case. Dozens of witnesses had testified. Expert witnesses had analyzed evidence. Financial records had been reviewed. Cell phone data had been presented. The jury had visited the crime scene. The timeline had been established. Alex Murdoch was at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. His wife and son were dead by 9:02. He had called his wife's phone repeatedly after she was dead. He texted her. He had called other family members. And then, nearly an hour later, he called 911 to report the discovery of the bodies. The prosecution rested its case. It was time for the defense to respond. When the jury walked into the courtroom on January 25th, they had no idea what they were about to hear. They had no idea about a man who appeared to be a successful attorney, a member of the prominent South Carolina family, was actually a murderer. Or so the prosecution argued. Over the next 3 weeks, they'd been given evidence. Lots of evidence. Circumstantial evidence, yes, but evidence nonetheless. A timeline that placed the defendant at the scene. A voice on a video just minutes before the murders. Cell phone data that contradicted his alibi. Financial motive. The emotional tone of his initial interview. The absence of blood on his clothes, though he claimed to have touched the bodies. All of it, taken together, painting a picture. A picture of a man who killed his wife and son. A man who then tried to cover it up. A man who told lie after lie to investigators. Whether that picture was accurate, whether the jury would believe it, remained to be seen. But after 3 weeks of testimony, the groundwork had been laid. The case had been made. Or so the prosecution believed. Now it was time for the jury to decide. Alright, the next section should be printing soon. After 3 weeks of testimony from 61 prosecution witnesses, it was time for the most important witness of all to speak. Alex Murdaugh. The man accused of murdering his wife and son. The man who had maintained his innocence for nearly 2 years. The man who had to now sit in a witness box, under oath, and explain the lies. Explain the phone calls. Explain the timeline. Explain why he said he wasn't at the kennels when his voice was clearly on video. In the law, putting your client on the stand is always a gamble. If it goes well, the jury sees him as human. They see him cry. They see his love for his family. They see his pain. If it goes poorly, the prosecution uses him like a marionette. They control the narrative. They expose him. On February 23, 2023, Alex Murdaugh took that gamble. It was Jim Griffin, one of Alex's defense attorneys, who asked the first question. Not a soft question, not an easy warm-up, a direct, blunt question designed to set the tone. Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a rifle or a shotgun and blow your son's head off on June 7th, or any day, or any time? Alex Murdaugh, sitting in the witness box, his tall frame towering over his proceedings, answered clearly, "No, I did not." Griffin continued, "Did you shoot your wife, Maggie, or your son, Paul, any time ever?" "I did not," Alex said. This was the defense strategy laid bare. Put him on the stand. Have him deny the murders with absolute clarity. Let the jury see his composure, his dignity, his grief. Then address the elephant in the room. The lies. Griffin guided Alex through the evidence methodically. The Snapchat video. Alex's voice at the kennels. Griffin asked directly, "Were you, in fact, at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?" Alex had to admit it. "I was." "Did you lie to SLED agent Owen and Deputy Laurel Rutland on the night of June 7th when they asked you if you had been at the kennels?" Alex said yes. "Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th when they asked you about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?" "Yes," Alex admitted again. The admission hung in the air like smoke. He had lied. Multiple times. To multiple law enforcement officers about the single most important detail in the case. But why? That was the question that needed answering. Alex blamed his opioid addiction. "As my addiction evolved over time," he testified, "I'd get in these situations or circumstances where I'd get paranoid thinking." He described what it felt like. Anything could trigger it. A look, a reaction, a police officer following me into a car. On the night of the murders, he said, the paranoia had hit him hard. Being questioned by detectives, having his hands tested for gunshot residue, seeing police at his home. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath, think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quick, he said. But on that night, I don't think I was capable of reason, and I lied about being down there, and I'm sorry that I did. It was a simple explanation, a plausible one perhaps. A man under the influence of painkillers, a man whose judgment was impaired, a man who panicked when questioned. The jury would have to decide if they believed it. Griffin then shifted to humanize his client. Alex described his relationship with his wife and son in warm, intimate terms. He talked about visiting his mother that night, his mother with Alzheimer's disease, her mind slowly leaving her. He talked about sitting on her hospital bed, talking to her, even though she couldn't understand him. He described the moments before the murders, driving around the property with Paul, checking on plantings for fields they used to hunt doves. He spoke about taking a shower after getting back to the house. He was sweaty, he said, from work, from the heat, from the opioids, which he said made him sweat more. That's why his clothes were clean. That's why there wasn't any blood on him. He'd changed his clothes. He'd taken a shower. He described his wife as Mags, his son as Paul. Nicknames, endearments, the language of love. Griffin also walked Alex through the phone calls. The calls to Maggie after she was dead, the texts, the messages. Defense strategy. Don't hide them, explain them. Alex said he called his wife because he was concerned about her. He didn't know where she was, that he was looking for her. Later, after discovering the bodies, he called the family members to share the terrible news. These were normal reactions, he argued, not the manufactured alibi of a guilty man, but the confused actions of a grieving husband and father. Then Griffin asked the question that would define his testimony. Why did you keep lying? What a tangled web we weave, Alex quoted, referencing Shakespeare. Once I told a lie, and I told my family. I had to keep lying. He'd told his brothers, his family, that he wasn't at the kennels. He'd committed to lie. And once you commit to a lie, Alex argued, you're trapped by it. You can't suddenly change your story without admitting you've been lying to everyone around you. So the lie persisted. For 20 months it persisted, until the video evidence forced him to admit the truth. Throughout his testimony, Alex became emotional. When describing the scene at the kennels, when talking about finding his wife and son. I saw what I've seen pictures of, he told his attorney, his voice breaking, tears running down his face. It was so bad. He paused. He wiped his eyes. He composed himself. This was a performance, critics would later say, a calculated display of emotions designed to make the jury sympathetic. Or was it genuine grief? The jury had to decide. Alex ended his direct examination with an emphatic statement. I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child. So I know for a fact that I never, ever, ever created an alibi. Jim Griffin sat down. His client had testified. He had admitted to lying. He explained why. He cried. And he proclaimed his innocence. Now it's the prosecution's time to respond. Creighton Waters stood up slowly. This was his moment. This was where he would try to dismantle the narrative that Alex Murdaugh had just spent hours constructing. Waters had a reputation as a meticulous cross-examiner. He didn't shout. He didn't berate. He asked questions, methodical questions, logical questions. Questions designed to trap a witness between contradictory statements, between competing narratives. The first area Waters attacked was the phone calls. Waters showed the jury the pattern of calls on the night of the murders. After the estimated time of death, after Maggie and Paul's phones went dark at 9:02, Alex's phone came alive. A flurry of calls, Multiple phone calls to Maggie's number. Why? You as a lawyer and prosecutor is up at 9:02, finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true? Waters asked. Alex denied it. It is absolutely incorrect. It's an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say. But the pattern was damning. Call after call to a dead woman's phone. Text to a dead woman. Waters argued it was evidence of guilt, evidence that Alex was trying to establish an alibi after committing the murders. Waters then shifted to a different line of attack. The financial crimes. The stealing. He brought up specific clients, specific cases, specific amounts of money. For each client, Waters asked the same question. Every single one. You looked them in the eye at least once. Is that fair? Alex tried to equivocate. I believed that I had the trust of my clients. Whether they came from me looking them in the eye or not, I can't answer that. But Waters kept pressing. Client after client. Case after case. Millions of dollars. He was painting a picture of a man who had built trust with people, looked them in the eye, and then stole from them. A man who was an expert at deception. A man who could lie convincingly. A man who could maintain a false narrative, even to people he knew he cared about. Waters connected the theft to the murders. The day of the murders, Gene Seckinger had confronted Alex about missing funds. $792,000. Her concerns had raised alarms. In a few days, the boat crash trial would begin. Documents would be produced. Financial records scrutinized. Alex's crimes would be exposed, unless something changed the narrative. Unless Maggie and Paul were dead. Waters then attacked the credibility of Alex's explanation for why he lied. All the reasons that you just gave to this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdoch? Waters was referring to Alex's claims about paranoid thinking, about not being able to reason, about being clouded by drug use. But the first time Alex had told investigators he wasn't at the kennels, it was on the very first interview, before his supposed paranoid thinking had fully set in, before he had time to concoct an elaborate excuse. Waters showed an evidence of the video deputy arriving at the scene on the night of the murders. Alex told the same lie, right there, Waters said, pointing at the video. On that night, he already had a reason for being paranoid. Alex disagreed. I disagree with that. But the damage had been done. The jury had heard the question. They understood the implication. Alex had lied from the very beginning, not because of paranoia or drug use, but because he knew something incriminating. Waters asked about details that didn't add up. The blue rain jacket found at his mother's house with gunshot residue. Alex said he'd never seen it. The caretaker at his mother's home, who said Alex showed up unexpectedly at 6:30, acting oddly. Alex said she was mistaken. Time and again, when confronted with evidence or witness testimony that didn't fit his narrative, Alex either denied it or said the witness was wrong. The pattern was clear. Alex had an answer for everything, an explanation for every inconsistency. The question was whether the jury believed him. At one point, Waters asked Alex about something personal, something designed to be unsettling. "Did you ask a cousin to shoot you?" Waters asked. Alex had admitted during his testimony that he had asked a relative, Curtis Eddie Smith, to kill him in a murder-for-hire scheme. He'd wanted the life insurance payout to go to his son, Buster. Alex reluctantly confirmed it. It was another example of Alex's desperation, another example of the financial pressure he was under, another example of a man willing to do whatever it took to stay afloat. At one point during the trial, Alex's older son, Buster, testified. Buster, who had been at college during the murders, spoke about his family, about his love for his mother and brother. Alex, sitting at the defense table, listened to his son's voice. He cried. Real tears or tears for effect? But there was an undercurrent to Buster's testimony. His older brother had testified, had given an interview after his father's conviction, saying he believed his father hadn't told the whole truth about the murders, that his father might know more than he was saying. It was a damning statement from the man closest to Alex Murdaugh. After 2 days of testimony, Alex's direct examination and cross-examination were complete. Judge Newman released him from the stand. The defense called additional witnesses over the next few days, expert witnesses challenging the prosecution's evidence, a pathologist arguing the entrance and exit wounds weren't as the prosecution claimed, a crime scene expert arguing the investigation was compromised. But none of it mattered as much as Alex's testimony, because Alex Murdaugh had made a choice. He had taken the stand, and in doing so he had put himself at the mercy of a jury's judgment. The jury had heard from Alex Murdaugh directly. They had heard him admit to lying. They had heard him explain why. They had heard him deny the murders. They had heard him describe the love for his family. They had heard prosecutor Creighton Waters attack every aspect of his story. Now it was time for them to decide. Was Alex Murdaugh a man who stole from clients, panicked when questioned, and lied about his alibi, but didn't commit murder? Or was he a man who killed his wife and son to distract from his financial crimes, and then constructed an elaborate narrative to cover it up? The jury had 3 weeks of evidence. 65 witnesses had testified, prosecution and defense combined. Expert analysis, emotional testimony, circumstantial evidence. All of it pointed in one direction. Alex Murdaugh was either guilty of murder, or he was guilty of an extraordinary coincidence and remarkable bad luck. Then comes the closing arguments. The prosecution will get one more time to speak. When Alex Murdaugh stepped down from the witness stand on February 24th, he had done what his lawyers thought was necessary. He had humanized himself. He had cried. He had shown emotion. He had proclaimed his innocence. He had also admitted to lying multiple times about the most important night of his life. He had explained those lies away as paranoid thinking, as drug-induced confusion, as the desperate actions of a man under stress. But the jury had also heard prosecutor Creighton Waters systematically dismantle that explanation, question by question, detail by detail, lie by lie. Waters had painted a picture of a man who was an expert at deception, a man who stole from clients while looking them in the eye, a man who could maintain a false narrative even when confronted with evidence. A man, in short, who was capable of lying about murder. As the trial entered its final days, the jury had all the information they would need, all the evidence, all the testimony, all the emotion. Now came the moment of truth. And we'll get to that later. A flurry of calls. Multiple phone calls to Maggie's number. Why? You as a lawyer and prosecutor is up at 9:02. Finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true? Waters asked. Alex denied it. It is absolutely incorrect. It's an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say. But the pattern is damning. Call after call to a dead woman's phone. Text to a dead woman. Waters argued it was evidence of guilt. Evidence that Alex was trying to establish an alibi after committing murders. Waters then shifted to a different line of attack. The financial crimes. The stealing. They brought up specific clients, specific cases, specific amounts of money. For each client, Waters asked the same question. Every single one. You looked them in the eye at least once. Is that fair? Alex tried to equivocate. I believe that I had to trust my clients. Whether they came from looking them in the eye or not, I can't answer that. But Waters kept pressing. Client after client. Case after case. Millions of dollars. He was painting a picture of a man who built trust with people, looked them in the eye and then stole from them. A man who was an expert at deception. A man who could lie convincingly. A man who could maintain a false narrative, even the people he knew cared about. Waters connected the murders. The day of the murders, Jane's secretary had running down Alex about missing funds. $793,000. Her concerns had raised alarms. In a few days, the boat crash would begin. Documents would be produced. Financial records scrutinized. Alex's crime would be exposed. Unless something changed the narrative. Unless Maggie and Paul were dead. Waters then attacked the credibility of Alex's explanation for why he lied. All the reasons that you just gave this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdoch? Waters was referring to Alex's claim about paranoid thinking, about not being able to reason, about being clouded by drug use. But the first time Alex told investigators he wasn't at the kennels, it was the very first interview, before his supposed paranoid thinking had fully set in, before he had time to concoct an elaborate excuse. Waters showed an evidence of a video deputy arriving at the scene on the night of murder. Right there, Waters said.
Dun, dun, dun. What the hell is that? Oh. Wait. Apparently. Time for a break. I'm gonna make a sandwich. Yum. Little energy pop. Hey, no energy. It's a lot of work reading. Joe. Dun, 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 dun. Nobody listens to Reading Stream. All right, belly cool. Janky. shit. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Let's see where we are now. Let's see. What the fuck is that? Why did that pop up? Back. Grr. I apologize for the waiters. I had to take a quick shower. Yeah, I had to take a quick shower. I guess my ads are popping off right now. Wonder how that works. Yeah. Ooh. Dude. Well, let's find some good material to read. Yeah. For sure. Edgy short stories by some edgelords. Alright, I think we found some story for Rose. It was a regular day of my life. The final bell rang, and like always, the classroom exploded into noise. Chairs scraped against the floor, bags zipped. Someone shouted from the back. The usual chaos. For everyone else, it was just another day. For me too, or at least that's what I thought. I walked out of the institute with my hands in my pockets, my mind empty after hours of studying. The evening sun was low, painting everything in a golden shade. Students rushed past me toward the gate. And then, white! My steps froze. Did someone just call my name? I turned slowly. For the first time, a girl had called my name. She was standing a few steps away, slightly out of breath, as if she'd heard. I was sure she wasn't from my coaching institute. I would have remembered a face like that. She looked different, calm, but nervous, confident yet hesitant. "Do you have a minute?" she asked. "Can we talk?" My brain stopped working. Why is she talking to me? "Sure," I heard myself say. My friends were staring at me like they had just witnessed a miracle. "You guys go," I said. "I'll catch up later." Their expressions clearly said, "We will not forget this," but they left anyway. We walked toward the side of the road near the institute. It was quieter there. A few dry leaves moved with the wind. For some reason, my heartbeat felt louder than the traffic. She looked at me more carefully. "Don't you remember me? I was your classmate in school." School. Uniforms, morning assembly, old classrooms. I searched my memory. There were many faces, but hers was unclear. After a moment, I nodded. "Yeah, I remember." Did I actually remember, or was I just pretending so it wouldn't be awkward? "But I don't know your name," I admitted. "We never talked before." She smiled. "Yeah, that's true. But don't worry, I know your name." "You do?" "I've seen you standing in front of your institute many times," she said. "So I thought maybe I should talk to you." For the first time, some girl wanted to talk to me. "Oh, okay," I replied like an idiot. She stopped walking and faced me properly. "My name's Yellow," she said softly. "Don't forget my name again. It was nice to meet you." I had never known her name in the first place to forget it, but I nodded. "It was nice to meet you too." That evening felt strange. When I reached home, I kept thinking about it. Why did she talk to me? Why did she notice me? Was it just random? The next day she texted me first. "Did you reach home safely?" And just like that, it started. We began meeting more often, sometimes after class. Sometimes she would coincidentally be nearby. We exchanged numbers properly. Our chats became longer. At first it was simple. "What are you studying? Do you still talk to your old school friends? Do you remember this teacher?" But slowly, conversations became comfortable. Too comfortable. Our friendship was getting good. One evening we sat again on the same side road. The sky was orange and purple. The kind of sky that makes everything feel softer than it actually is. "I didn't like my school that much," I said, "but I do remember my friends. That was the only good part." She looked at the sunset quietly. "Those were very good days for me," she said. "Do you remember Red?" Red. Of course I remembered him. He was my only best friend. Good at sports, good at studies, good at talking. Teachers liked him. Students respected him. Many girls had a crush on him. Standing beside him, I always felt average. "Yeah," I replied. "He was my only best friend." She hesitated for a second. "I know," she said softly. "And I really liked him so much." Something inside me shifted. It wasn't pain. Not yet. "Oh, really? I didn't know that," I said calmly. "Of course I didn't know. He never told me." She took a deep breath. Her voice became more serious. "Will you please help me get him? The air suddenly felt heavier. Can you give me his Instagram ID and his number? For a few seconds, I didn't answer. So that's why. That's why she noticed me. That's why she talked to me. That's why she kept messaging me. Not because of me, but because of him. My chest felt strangely hollow. I forced a small smile, and inside something quietly broke. Now I was shocked. Red was my only real friend. Back in school, I didn't have anyone else. No one hated me exactly, they just ignored me. Like I wasn't worth noticing. Maybe because I was too quiet. Maybe because I acted strange without realizing. Or maybe I just didn't fit into anyone's world. Except Red's. He never asked why I was silent. He never tried to change me, we just clicked. So when Yellow told me she had been talking to me only to get close to Red, it hurt more than I expected. It wasn't just disappointment, it was humiliation. All those small conversations, all those smiles, they weren't meant for me. They were just a bridge to him. I'm sorry, she said, lowering her head slightly. Please help me. I really love him. Her voice trembled, not dramatically, but sincerely. I liked him since school. I talked to him a few times, but I never had the courage to confess. I even changed myself. I worked hard in academics just to be like him. But after graduation, I lost all contact. She looked up at me, almost desperate. I had almost given up until I saw you outside the institute. I stayed silent. Part of me was still angry. Her method was wrong, using me like that. But another part of me understood her. Because I did the same thing once. Not to someone else, to myself. I changed for one person too. I started working out, counting calories, fixing my posture, talking less about my anxiety, acting colder, acting careless, becoming someone cooler. It was strange. When I was soft and nervous, people ignored me. When I became distant and rude, people liked me more. I still don't understand why. Maybe the world respects what it can't easily approach. I sighed. Fine, I said calmly. I'll give you Red's number. Her eyes lit up. But, I continued, in return I want your best friend Violet's Instagram ID and her number. She blinked. What? I've seen you two together many times, so I assume you're close. Truthfully, I didn't even want Violet's number. Not like that. I just didn't want to hand Red's number over so easily. Maybe I was being petty. Maybe I wanted to feel like I wasn't the only one being used. Yellow frowned. You're kind of greedy, you know. Maybe. I can't just give you her number like that. I need to ask her. And honestly, I don't think she'll agree. That's not my problem, I replied. Convince her. She stared at me for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. Okay, I'll bring her tomorrow. But you have to make sure Red talks to me. I'm doing all this for you. I'll give you his number tomorrow, I said. And then we went our separate ways. That night I called Red. He picked up on the second ring. Yo, White, what's up? There's something I need to tell you. Sounds serious. It's not, relax. I explained the situation, about Yellow, about her feelings, about the deal. There was silence for a few seconds. Then he chuckled. So, she liked me since school? I didn't even know. Of course she didn't. And you made a deal for Violet's number? He asked, amused. It's not like that. Sure. I just didn't want to give your number directly. I stayed quiet. He continued, I don't mind talking to her. I've been thinking of meeting someone new anyway. That stung a little, but I forced a neutral tone. So you're okay with it? Yeah, just don't overthink it. Overthinking is my specialty. The next day we met at the same spot outside the Institute. Yellow was there. And beside her, Violet. She looked almost the same as before. Long hair, calm expression, quiet confidence. But there was something more mature about her now. She looked at me. Her eyes widened slightly. Maybe because I hadn't changed. Or maybe because I have. Or maybe because she didn't expect to see me. Felt nervous. Which was ironic. I'd worked so hard to erase that version of myself. Before Yellow could even speak, Violet said calmly, I'm not giving him my Instagram or number. Direct. Cold. Confident. I glanced at Yellow. She understood immediately and began persuading her. Violet, please, just this once. No. It's just social media. I don't want to. Her voice was soft but firm. She wasn't angry, she just knew what she wanted. After a few more minutes of quiet convincing, Violet finally sighed. Fine, but I won't reply, and I won't answer his calls. That's fine, I said. She gave me her ID and number. I saved it without smiling. You didn't follow me back, I said casually. She looked at me. Why should I? Again, I looked at Yellow. She groaned. White, stop making this hard. This time even Violet let out a small, amused sigh before pressing the follow back button. Yellow muttered, You're the greedy one here. Maybe she wasn't wrong. I handed her Red's number, and she looked relieved. Just then, her phone rang. I stepped aside to answer it, and suddenly, it was just me and Violet. Silence. The air felt heavier. She looked at me for a few seconds, then she asked quietly, Why didn't you ever tell me how you felt? I didn't have the confidence, I admitted, and I thought I had no chance with you. That was the honest answer. She studied my face. I have a boyfriend now, she said. We've been dating for 3 months. The words were simple, but they landed hard. For a moment I didn't know what expression to make, so I chose none. I see, I replied softly. I should have expected it. Someone like her wouldn't stay single for long. Yellow returned, smiling. Okay, we're leaving. My mom's calling again, and thank you. Really. I nodded. It's fine. They walked away together. Violet didn't look back. I stood there for a while after they disappeared from sight. Red would probably start talking to Yellow soon. Maybe they'd date. Maybe everyone would get what they wanted. Except me. But that's fine. I've always been good at standing slightly outside the picture. Watching. Not belonging. I checked my phone. One new follower. Violet. I tried texting Violet after that day. No reply. Of course. The messages said seen in my mind, even if they never actually were. Meanwhile, Yellow would text sometimes, just normal, casual conversations. Nothing special, nothing deep, but somehow those small talks kept everything connected. Sometimes I met only yellow, sometimes red and yellow together, and sometimes all of us, violet, red, yellow, and me. Felt normal on the outside, but inside it never was. One day during break time, I was sitting in class when suddenly, thud, a paper ball hit my shoulder. "Sorry, bro," the guy behind me laughed. "I was aiming for him." Everyone laughed lightly. It was nothing. But for me it wasn't. But because it reminded me of that day. The day Violet accidentally threw a paper ball at me. She was aiming for the dustbin and I just happened to be sitting near it. But that day I felt something strange. I remember thinking, did I look that bad? Was I that invisible that she didn't even notice me sitting there? It was stupid. I knew it was accidental. Still, when you like someone, even accidents start hurting. I liked her so much. She became one of the reasons I started going to school, a place I absolutely hated before. Just seeing her once was enough to make the day feel lighter. And without realizing it, I started trying to change. To better. To look better. To act better. To become someone worthy of her. But she already had someone. And I didn't want to become a problem in our relationship, no matter how much it hurt. Later that evening, I called Red. We talked normally at first, random things, jokes, daily stuff. Then I casually asked, "How's your relationship going?" He replied calmly, "It's good. I talked with Green this morning." I froze. "With Green?" I asked slowly. "Yeah, Green's talking with me again." "But didn't your relationship end 3 months ago?" He sighed lightly. "Yeah, but she called me again. Everything's sorted now, you know. You know how much I love her." Something inside me tightened. "Then what about Yellow?" I asked. "Does she know about this?" He paused. "She doesn't know. But I already told her I'm not thinking about a proper relationship. She said everything will be fine after some time." I felt frustrated. "It's not good, Red. You should tell her everything. Feels like cheating." Silence. I tried explaining more, tried to tell him he was wrong. But before I could finish, the call ended, and I just sat there staring at my screen. Why did everything feel so complicated? I didn't want anyone to get hurt, but it felt like someone already was. I didn't even know what the role I was playing in all of this. Bum, bum, bum. I guess these are all the same storyteller. Where do I get these, man? It's the same one, come on. Inspector Winston and the Flower Thief. It was late summer, and the last hot sun of the season had the neighborhood bustling with activity. Inspector Winston, a dachshund with a talent for solving mysteries, was lying comfortably on a warm wooden bench near the garden wall. From here, he had a perfect view of both the house and the street, so he could pick up a few exciting bits of conversation from the passers-by while making sure he didn't miss activity in the kitchen. His family was planning a barbecue for that night. "The last barbecue of the season," said his dad sadly. All Winston could think about was the chance that a piece of sausage might actually fall to the ground for him to clean up. Winston's parents were busy in the kitchen preparing salads and appetizers. Just as they were discussing various sauces, Winston heard a loud scream from his neighbor's garden. He gallantly hopped off the garden bench onto the soft lawn to see if he could help. He crept up to the hedge and heard his neighbor, Mrs. Robertson, saying, "I don't believe it. How can anyone be so clumsy? My beautiful flowers." Winston couldn't see much through this section of the hedge, but there was a spot a little further back where the hedge trimmer must have slipped and where the leaves were not as dense. Winston peered through the neighbor's yard. Mrs. Robinson was standing in the middle of the garden, gesticulating wildly as she spoke to someone on her phone. At that moment, the school bus pulled up and several laughing children got off, keeping Winston from understanding exactly what she was saying to the person on the other end of the line. A few seconds later, she hung up again and went inside to the house through the patio door. "What a commotion," thought Winston. "This sounds like a new case to me. And all things, I missed the beginning." Completely lost in his thought, Inspector Winston pondered various theories, wondering who could have gotten his neighbors so upset. He didn't even notice when guests started to gather in his family's garden. It wasn't until someone leaned down to greet him by patting him on the head that he realized the barbecue had started. He resolved to pick the case back up the next day. The next morning, Winston and his mom walked to the newsstand as they do every day. A group of children crowded around the ice cream counter while their parents talked about upcoming vacation plans. That's when Winston spotted Mrs. Robertson taking the daily paper off the shelf and heading for the checkout. He looked up at his mom, who was preparing to buy a magazine. A few seconds later, the two women struck up conversation in front of the checkout counter. Mrs. Robertson explained that the beautiful blooms on all her flowers had all been cut off in her garden. She suspected it had been the new gardener she had hired. She was getting too old to do it all by herself. All the buds on her wonderful perennial roses had been snapped off, and the dahlias and cornflowers were bare. "I put so much work into my garden, just like that. It's all gone." "Why would he do that? He's a real flower thief." People walking by slowed down to hear more about this so-called flower thief. Some whispered to one another. Inspector Winston knew what to do. "I'm going to look into the gardener," he thought. When they arrived back home, Winston made his way to the hedge that separated the two properties. There was a small hole he thought he might be able to squeeze through, but he never tried it before. "Well, if Mrs. Robinson, well-fed cat can get through that hole, surely I'll be able to," thought Winston mischievously. And indeed he did. He pushed his way through the hedge and was on the other side in no time. The neighbor's garden was laid out quite differently from his own. It was also much neater. The flowers and plants were arranged by size. It was a work of art. But something was off. Suddenly, Winston could see how his rose bushes and beautifully grown perennial plants were all missing their flowers. He really understood his parents' or his neighbor's frustrations now. "These plants have been robbed of their beauty," he thought. "I'll catch the flower thief in the act. I swear it." Winston turned back to the hedge, slipped through the small hole, and waited for his opportunity the next day. Early in the morning, he was awoken by the loud noise. Curious, he jumped onto the windowsill and poked his nose round against the kitchen window. From his angle, he could make out Mrs. Robinson's gardener using electric shears to cut the green plants. Aha! Caught in the act. And apparently he doesn't even think it's necessary to steal the flowers inconspicuously, Winston thought. I've got the thief. I've got the thief, he yelled. Inspector Winston barked so loudly that his dad fumbled down the stairs in his robe to see what was going on. What is it, Winston? He said. First that deafening noise out there, and now you're barking enough to wake the whole neighborhood. He went to the window as well, and a few seconds later out the door. From there he could see the gardener, who was tending to the hedge. But unlike Winston, he watched the gardener appreciatively. Finally, someone is taking care of this hedge. It's nearly as tall as the house. Satisfied, Winston's dad came back into the kitchen and told his wife, who was now standing in the kitchen window, about the new gardener. I think we should hire him for our yard, too. He could take a look at the bushes in front of the house. Winston was disappointed. It doesn't seem to be the gardener after all. But then who's the flower thief, he wondered. For the rest of the day, Inspector Winston listened carefully. He tried to catch details from conversations on the street and casually listened to Mrs. Robertson's telephone calls. He also questioned some neighborhood animals. While he would usually prefer not to engage a cat in conversation, in this case, it had to be done. Unfortunately, Mrs. Robinson's cat claimed not to know anything about the missing flowers. Winston talked to a budgie that was usually on a wooden walkway by the window across the street who didn't have any answers. Next, he would talk to the squirrel, who, for several days, had been jumping from one tree to the next in the neighborhood to collect food for the winter. Hey, you, shouted Winston towards the squirrel who was high up in the tree. Did you happen to see who stole the blossoms from Mrs. Robinson's flower bed? The squirrel shook his head and assured Winston that he had not seen the flower thief during the day. He wasn't around at night, though. I see, said Winston. So no thief was sighted during the day, but it seems the garden is unattended at night. Winston had thought the cats were fond of roaming around in the dark, but Mrs. Robertson's cat said she hadn't seen anything. Winston wondered if she was telling the truth. He decided to keep an eye on the garden himself that night, so he took a nap in the afternoon. Unfortunately, he didn't wake up until everyone else was asleep. There was rustling sound outside. He remembered the flower thief and snapped to attention. He carefully opened the door and crept out of the house and over to the hedge. Someone was in Mrs. Robertson's garden. It sounded like they were eating. He carefully stuck his snout through the narrow hole in the hedge and couldn't believe what he saw. It wasn't a thief stealing the flowers from Mrs. Robertson after all. It was a deer foraging for dinner. What on earth are you doing? Said Mr. Winston, barking louder than he intended. This startled the deer so much that he trampled several more flowers flat in fright. Hey, watch out, Winston continued. You've ruined the whole flower bed. My neighbor's been beside herself for days because her beloved garden has been destroyed. The deer looked sad. I didn't mean to ruin the flower bed. You startled me. I didn't know anyone had gone to that much trouble with these flowers either. The deer lowered his eyes. Winston didn't think he seemed like a thief at all. Where did you come from? I've never seen you be here before, said Winston. The deer explained that he lived in a forest, but that a few days ago, a fence had gone up for a construction site. There were excavators and big, noisy vehicles working all the time. Frightened,
He'd run away and gotten lost in the city. He was having trouble finding food. Just then, the squirrel came down from the tree and said, "I know the fence you mean. If you want, I can show you a way to get back to the forest safely. Then you can stop stealing people's flowers. Plus, it's too dangerous for a deer in the city." Winston agreed with the squirrel, and the deer seemed relieved. Winston waved to the deer and watched him walk away with the squirrel. He looked at his neighbor's flowers and thought, "Good thing these flowers grow back, and thieves aren't always thieves." Poor dear. Poor dear. Inspector Winston. What a good doggo. Good pupper. Bedtime stories for everyone. The Get Sleepy podcast. Sleepy Tale. AI stories, lullabies, lessons and rhymes for kids. Where is my water? Ah, yes. Fabulous water. Things that make you alive and keep you alive. Luscious water. Clear. Crystal. Tasteless. I wonder why. It's just... water's weird. If you even think about it, it's like just weird. Tasteless. Clear. Just a regular liquid. Hydrogen. What happens to the hydrogen and oxygen whenever it goes into your system? Like, I don't understand how that shit works. I want to Google that. Actually, I'm going to chat GPT it. To its atomic states, or do let's see. Does water break down in your body to its atomic state, or is water just processed in your body differently and stay the same chemical formula throughout? Water does not get broken down into its atomic state. What actually happens? Water stays as H2O. Most water you drink remains chemically water throughout digestion and circulation. Your body is an aqueous system, so water is absorbed in the small intestine, distributed via blood plasma and intracellular fluid, and used directly in biochemical reactions. It does not get dismantled in free hydrogen and oxygen atoms in any meaningful biological processes. It's so weird, so I don't understand how. I don't understand. So what's the fucking point? The point of water in biology isn't to be broken down. It's to function as the working medium of chemistry itself. Life doesn't use water as fuel. It uses it as environment and participant that makes metabolism possible at all. Water is the solvent for life chemistry. Dissolves ions. Dissolves polar molecules, glucose and amino acids. Allows molecules to move and collide. Without water, most cellular chemistry basically stops because reactants can't meet efficiently. Think of it like as water is the space where chemistry can actually occur. Yo. I want to hear back what I've been saying.
It was a year orgy for dinner. What on earth are you doing? Mr. Winston, barking louder than he intended. The startled deer so much that he trampled several more flowers flat in fright.
Oh my god. I can't spit out a fucking sentence. It's crazy.
The deer looked sad. I didn't mean to ruin the flower bed. You startled me. I didn't know anyone had gone that much trouble with these flowers either.
Yeah. As more. Start doing the ear licking like all these other people on here. It's kind of wild, isn't it? The aquarium. Banana. Banana. Da-da-da. Let's see what's going on in the world today. Good morning, world. Anti-natalist propaganda keeps getting into Reddit mine. I need to read something. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole is a private community. Oh. Top of all time. Am I the asshole? The sub is moving towards a value system that frequently doesn't align with the rest of the world. No. Am I the asshole for punishing my son after he said something racist? I wonder what he said. I wonder what he said. Because people are beginning to think racism is getting a broader stroke, and it's not good. He's got to make his money, man. Pay for those 20 kids. Euro summer, but it's just you stuck indoors fighting for your life because there's no AC. Yeah. Euros do not have AC. You got the capacity to be shocked by the extent of our infiltration. Trump has multiple options if it doesn't work out with Iran. Okay. Young man is one of the best heat analysts you can find on social media. Nobody warned me at 35, so I'm warning you. I guess we just need to need a fake fraudulent hospice or autism center to fund our clinic. Whoa. One of the attorneys of Dream Team is Justin Moore, terminated from position for following an arrest that received significant media attention. The incident was captured on Dallas police dash cam footage and was
widely reported by local news outlets at the time. All right. La. Mm-hmm. Cuarto. Cuarto. Let's see. What can I read? It's so hard to find something. Other world tales.
Why is it so hard to find something to read online? I got 15 minutes. Bro, I just clicked enter to go to the gym now. Come on. Come on. Lady Chatterless.
ours is essentially a tragic age, so we refuse to take it tragically. The cataclysm has happened. We were among the ruins. We start to build up new little habits, to have new little hopes. It is rather hard work. There is now no smooth road into the future, but we go round or scramble over obstacles. We've got to live, no matter how many skies have fallen. This was more or less Constant Chatterley's position. The war had brought the roof down over her head, and she had realized that one must live and learn. She married Clifford Chatterley in 1917 when he was home for a month on leave. They had a month's honeymoon. Then he went back to Flanders to be shipped over to England again 6 months later, more or less in bits. Constance, his wife, was then 23 years old, and he was 29. His hold on life was marvelous. He didn't die, and the bits seemed to grow together again. For 2 years he remained in the doctor's hands. Then he was pronounced a cure, and could return to life again, with the lower half of his body, from the hips down, paralyzed forever. This was in 1920. They returned, Clifford and Constant, to his home, Ragby Hall, the family seat. His father had died. Clifford was now a baronet. Sir Clifford, and Constance was Lady Chatterley. They came to start housekeeping and married life in the rather forlorn home of the Chatterleys on a rather inadequate income. Clifford had a sister, but she had departed. Otherwise, there were no near relatives. The elder brother was dead in the war, crippled forever. Knowing he could never have any children, Clifford came home to the smoky Midlands to keep the Chatterley name alive while he could. He was not really downcast. He could wheel himself about in a wheeled chair, and he had a bath chair with a small motor attachment, so he could drive himself slowly around the garden and into the fine melancholy park, of which he was really so proud, though he pretended to be flippant about it. Having suffered so much, the capacity for suffering had to some extent left him. He remained strange and bright and cheerful, almost one might say chirpy, with his ruddy, healthy-looking face and his pale blue, challenging bright eyes. His shoulders were broad and strong. His hands were very strong. He was expensively dressed, and wore handsome neckties from Bond Street. Yet still in his face one saw the watchful look, the slight vacancy of a cripple. He had so very nearly lost his life that what remained was wonderfully precious to him. It was obvious in the anxious brightness of his eyes how proud he was after the great shock of being alive. But he had been so much hurt that something inside him had perished. Some of his feelings had gone. There was a blank of insentience. Constance, his wife, was a ruddy, country-looking girl with soft brown hair and a sturdy body and slow movements, full of unusual energy. She had big, wonderful eyes and a soft, mild voice, and seemed just to have come from her native village. It was not so at all. Her father was the once well-known R.A., old Sir Malcolm Reed. Her mother had been one of the cultivated Fabians in the palmy, rather pre-Raphaelite days. Between artists and cultured socialists, Constance and her sister Hilda had had what might be called an aesthetically unconventional upbringing. They had been taken to Paris and Florence and Rome to breathe in art, and they had taken also in the other direction, to The Hague and Berlin, to great socialist conventions, where the speakers spoke in every civilized tongue, and no one was abashed. The two girls, therefore, were from an early age not the least daunted by either art or ideal politics. It was their natural atmosphere. They were at once cosmopolitan and provincial, with the cosmopolitan provincialism of art that goes with pure social ideals. Man, I cannot get this out. They had been sent to Dresden at the age of 15, for music among other things, and they had had a good time there. They lived freely among the students. They argued with the men over philosophical, sociological, and artistic matters. They were just as good as the men themselves, only better since they were women. And they tramped off to the forest with sturdy youths bearing guitars, twang, twang. They sang the Wandervogel songs, and they were free. Free. That was a great word. Out in the open world, out in the forest of the morning, with lusty and splendid-throated young fellows, free to do as they liked, and, above all, to say what they liked. It was the talk that mattered supremely, the impassioned interchange of talk. Love was only a minor accompaniment. Both Hilda and Constance had had their tentative love affairs by the time they were 18. The young men with whom they talked so passionately and sang so lustily and camped under the trees in such freedom wanted, of course, the love connection. The girls were doubtful, but then the thing was so much talked about. It was supposed to be so important. And the men were so humble and craving. Why couldn't a girl be queenly and give the gift of herself? So they had given the gift of themselves, each to the youth with whom she had the most subtle and intimate arguments. The arguments, the discussions, were the great thing. The love-making and connection were only a sort of primitive reversion and a bit of an anticlimax. One was less in love with the boy afterwards, and a little inclined to hate him, as if he had trespassed on one's privacy and inner freedom. For of course, being a girl, one's whole dignity and meaning in life consisted in the achievement of an absolute, a perfect, a pure and noble freedom. What else did a girl's life mean? To shake off the old and sordid connections and subjections. And however one might sentimentalize it, this sex business was one of the most ancient, sordid connections and subjections. Poets who glorified it were mostly men. Women had always known there was something better, something higher. And now they knew it more definitely than ever. The beautiful, pure freedom of a woman was infinitely more wonderful than any sexual love. The only unfortunate thing was that men lagged so far behind women in the matter. They insisted on the sex thing, like dogs. And a woman had to yield. A man was like a child with his appetites. A woman had to yield him what he wanted. Or like a child, he would probably turn nasty and flounce away and spoil what was a very pleasant connection. But a woman could yield to a man without yielding her inner free self. That the poets and talkers about sex did not seem to have taken sufficiently into account. A woman could take a man without really giving herself away. Certainly she could take him without giving herself into his power. Rather, she could use this sex thing to have power over him, where she only had to hold herself back in sexual intercourse and let him finish and expend himself without herself coming to the crisis. And then she could prolong the connection and achieve her orgasm and her crisis while he was merely her tool. Both sisters had had their love experience by the time the war came, and they were hurried home. Neither was in love with the young man unless he and she were verbally very near. That is, unless they were profoundly interested, talking to one another. The amazing, the profound, the unbelievable thrill there was in passionately talking to some really clever young man by the hour, resuming day after day for months. This they had never realized till it happened. The paradisal promise, "Thou shalt have men to talk to," had never been uttered. It was fulfilled before they knew what a promise it was. And if after the roused intimacy of these vivid and soul-enlightened discussions,
The sex thing became more or less inevitable, then let it. It marked the end of a chapter. It had a thrill of its own, too. A queer, vibrating thrill inside the body. A final spasm of self-assertion. Like the last word. Exciting. And very like the row of asterisks that can be put to show at the end of a paragraph, and a break in the theme. When the girls came home for the summer holidays of 1913, when Hilda was 20 and Connie 18, their father could see plainly that they had the love experience. L'amour avait passé par là, as somebody puts it. But he was a man of experience himself, and let life take its course. As for the mother, a nervous invalid in the last few months of her life, she wanted her girls to be free, and to fulfill themselves. She herself had never been able to be altogether herself. It had been denied her. Heaven knows why, for she was a woman who had had her own income and her own way. She blamed her husband. But as a matter of fact, it was some old impression of authority on her own mind or soul that she could not get rid of. It had nothing to do with Sir Malcolm, who left his nervously hostile, high-spirited wife to rule her own roost while he went on his own way. So the girls were free and went back to Dresden, and their music, and the university, and the young men. They loved their respective young men, and their respective young men loved them with all the passion of mental attraction. All the wonderful things the young men thought and expressed and wrote, they thought and expressed and wrote for the young women. Connie's young man was musical, Hilda's was technical, but they simply lived for their young women. In their minds and their mental excitements, that is. Somewhere else they were a little rebuffed, but they did not know it. It was obvious in them, too, that love had gone through them, that is, the physical experience. It is curious what a subtle but unmistakable transmutation it makes, both in the body of men and women, the women more blooming, more subtly rounded, her young angularity softened, and her expression either anxious or triumphant. The man much quieter, more inward, the very shapes of his shoulders and his buttocks less assertive, more hesitant. In the actual sex thrill within the body, the sisters nearly succumbed to the strange male power, but quickly they recovered themselves, took the sex thrill as a sensation, and remained free. Whereas the men, in gratitude to the woman for the sex experience, let their souls go out to her, and afterwards looked rather as if they had lost a shilling and found sixpence. Connie's man could be a bit sulky, and Hilda's a bit jeering. But that is how men are, ungrateful and never satisfied. When you don't have them, they hate you because you won't. And when you do have them, they hate you again for some other reason, or for no reason at all, except that they are discontented children and can't be satisfied with whatever they get. Let a woman do what she may. Lest. However, came the war. Hilda and Connie were rushed home again after having been home already in May, to their mother's funeral. Before Christmas of 1914, both their German young men were dead. Whereupon the sisters wept and loved the young men passionately, but underneath forgot them. They didn't exist anymore. Both sisters lived in their father's, really their mother's, Kensington house, and mixed with the young Cambridge group, the group that stood for freedom and flannel trousers, and flannel shirts open at the neck, and a well-bred sort of emotional anarchy, and a whispering, murmuring sort of voice, and an ultra-sensitive sort of manner. Hilda, however, suddenly married a man 10 years older than herself, an elder member of the same Cambridge group, a man with a fair amount of money, and a comfortable family job in the government. He also wrote philosophical essays. She lived with him in a smallish house in Westminster, and moved in that good sort of society of people in the government who are not tip-toppers, but who are, or would be, the real intelligent power in the nation. People who know what they're talking about, or talk as if they did. Connie did a mild form of war work and consorted with the flannel trousers Cambridge intransigents, who gently mocked at everything, so far. Her friend was a Clifford Chatterley, a young man of 22, who had hurried home from Bonn, where he was studying the technicalities of coal mining. He had previously spent 2 years at Cambridge. Now he had become a first lieutenant in a smart regiment, so he could mock at everything more becomingly in uniform. Clifford Chatterley was more upper class than Connie. Connie was well-to-do intelligentsia, but he was aristocracy. Not the big sort, but still it. His father was a baronet, and his mother had been a viscount's daughter. But Clifford, while he was better bred than Connie and more society, was in his own way more provincial and more timid. He was at his ease in the narrow great world, that is, landed aristocracy society, but he was shy and nervous of all that other big world which consists of the vast hordes of the middle and lower classes, and foreigners. That the truth must be told, he was just a little bit frightened of middle and lower class humanity, and of foreigners not of his own class. He was, in some paralyzing way, conscious of his own defenselessness, though he had all the defensive privilege, which is curious, but a phenomenon of our day. Therefore, the peculiar soft assurance of a girl like Constance Reed fascinated him. She was so much more mistress of herself in that outer world of chaos than he was master of himself. Nevertheless, he too was a rebel, rebelling even against his class. Or perhaps rebel is too strong a word, far too strong. He was only caught in the general, popular recoil of the young against convention and against any sort of real authority. Fathers were ridiculous, his own obstinate one supremely so, and governments were ridiculous, our own wait-and-see sort of especially so, and armies were ridiculous, and old buffers of generals altogether, the red-faced Kitchener supremely. Even the war was ridiculous, though it did kill rather a lot of people. In fact, everything was a little ridiculous, or very ridiculous. Certainly everything connected with authority, whether it were in the army or the government or the universities, was ridiculous to a degree. And as far as the governing class made any pretensions to govern, they were ridiculous too. Sir Geoffrey, Clifford's father, was intensely ridiculous, chopping down his trees and weeding men out of his colliery to shove them into the war, and himself being so safe and patriotic, but also spending more money on his country than he'd got. When Miss Chatterley, Emma, came down to London from the Midlands to do some nursing work, she was very witty in a quiet way about Sir Geoffrey and his determined patriotism. Herbert, the elder brother and heir, laughed outright, though it was his trees that were felling for trench props. But Clifford only smiled a little uneasily. Everything was ridiculous, quite true. But when it came too close, and oneself become ridiculous too. At least people of a different class like Connie were earnest about something. They believed in something. They were rather earnest about the Tommies and the threat of conscription and the shortage of sugar and toffee for the children. And all these things, of course, the authorities were ridiculously at fault. But Clifford could not take it to heart. To him, the authorities were ridiculous ab ovo, not because of toffees or Tommies. And the authorities felt ridiculous and behaved in a rather ridiculous fashion. And it was all a Mad Hatter's Tea Party for a while, till things developed over there, and Lloyd George came to save the situation over here. and this surpassed even ridicule. The flippant young laughed no more. In 1916, Herbert Chatterley was killed, so Clifford became heir. He was terrified even of this. His importance as son of Sir Geoffrey and child of Ragmi was so ingrained in him, he could never escape it. And yet he knew that this too, in the eyes of the vast seething world, was ridiculous. Now he was heir and responsible for Ragmi. Was that not terrible? And also splendid at the same time, perhaps purely absurd? Sir Geoffrey would have none of the absurdity. He was pale and tense, withdrawn into himself, and obstinately determined to save his country and his own position, let it be Lloyd George or who it might. So cut off he was, so divorced from the England that was really England, so utterly incapable that he even thought well of Horatio Bottomley. Sir Geoffrey stood for England, and Lloyd George, as his forebears, had stood for England and St. George, and he never knew there was a difference. So Sir Geoffrey felled timber and stood for Lloyd George and England and Lloyd George. And he wanted Clifford to marry and produce an heir. Clifford felt his father was a hopeless anachronism, but wherein was he himself any further ahead, except in a wincing sense of the ridiculousness of everything, and the paramount ridiculousness of his own position? For willy-nilly he took his baronetcy and Ragby with the last seriousness. The gay excitement had gone out of the war, dead. Too much death and horror. A man needed support and comfort. A man needed to have an anchor in the safe world. A man needed a wife. The Chatterleys, 2 brothers and a sister, had lived curiously isolated, shut in with one another at Ragby, in spite of all their connections. A sense of isolation intensified the family tie, a sense of the weakness of their position, a sense of defenselessness, in spite of or because of the title and the land. They were cut off from those industrial Midlands in which they passed their lives, and they were cut off from their own class by the brooding, obstinate, shut-up nature of Sir Geoffrey, their father, whom they ridiculed, but whom they were so sensitive about. The 3 had said they would all live together always, but now Herbert was dead, and Sir Geoffrey wanted Clifford to marry. Sir Geoffrey had barely mentioned it. He spoke very little, but his silent, brooding insistence that it should be so was hard for Clifford to bear up against. But Emma said no. She was 10 years older than Clifford, and she felt his marrying would be a desertion and a betrayal of what the young ones of the family had stood for. Clifford married Connie, nevertheless, and had his month's honeymoon with her. It was the terrible year 1917, and they were intimate as 2 people who stand together on a sinking ship. He had been virgin when he married, and the sex part did not mean much to him. They were so close, he and she, apart from that, and Connie exulted a little in this intimacy which was beyond sex, and beyond a man's satisfaction. Clifford, anyhow, was not yet just keen on his satisfaction, as so many men seem to be. No, the intimacy was deeper, more personal than that, and sex was merely an accident, or an adjunct, one of the curious, obsolete, organic processes which persisted in its own clumsiness, but was not really necessary. Though Connie did want children, if only to fortify her against her sister-in-law, Emma. But early in 1918, Clifford was shipped home smashed, and there was no child, and Sir Geoffrey died of chagrin. Connie and Clifford came home to Ragby in the autumn of 1920. Miss Chatterley, still disgusted at her brother's defection, had departed and was living in a little flat in London. Ragby was a long, low old house in brownstone, begun about the middle of the 18th century, and added on to, till it was a warren of a place without much distinction. It stood on an eminence in a rather fine old park of oak trees, But alas, one could see in the near distance of the chimney of Tebershall pit, with its clouds of steam and smoke, and on the damp, hazy distance of the hill, the raw struggle of Tebershall village. A village which began almost at the park gates, and trailed in utter hopeless ugliness for a long and gruesome mile. Houses, rows of wretched, small, begrimed bricked houses, with black slate roofs for lids, sharp angles, and willful blank dreariness. Connie was accustomed to Kensington, or the Scotch Hills, or the Sussex Downs. That was her England. With the stoicism of the young, she took in the utter, soulless ugliness of the coal and iron Midlands at a glance, and left it what it was, unbelievable, and not to be thought about. From the rather dismal rooms at Ragby, she heard the rattle of the screams at the pit, the puff of the winding engine, the clink of shunting trucks, and the hoarse little whistle of the colliery locomotives. Tebershall pit bank was burning, had been burning for years, and it would cost thousands to put it out, so it had to burn. And when the wind was that way, which was often, the house was full of stench of this sulphurous combustion of the earth's excrement. But even on windless days, the air always smelt of something under earth, sulphur, iron, coal, or acid, and even on the Christmas roses the smut settled persistently, incredible, like black manna from the skies of doom. Well, there it was, faded like the rest of things. It was rather awful, but why kick? You couldn't kick it away. It just went on. Life, like all the rest. On the low, dark ceiling of cloud at night, red blotches burned and quavered, dappling and swelling and contracting, like burns that give pain. It was the furnaces. At first they fascinated Connie with a sort of horror. She felt she was living underground. Then she got used to them. And in the morning it rained. Clifford professed to like Ragby better than London. This country had a grim will of its own, and the people had guts. Connie wondered what else they had. Certainly neither eyes nor minds. The people were as haggard, shapeless, and dreary as the countryside, and as unfriendly. Only there was something in the deep-mouthed slurring of the dialect, and the thresh of their hobnailed pit boots as they trailed home in gangs on the asphalt from work, that was terrible and a bit mysterious. There had been no welcome home for the young squire, no festivities, no deputation, not even a single flower. Only a dank ride in a motor car up a dark, dank drive, burrowing through gloomy trees, out to the slope of the park where gray, damp sheep were feeding, to the knoll where the house spread its dark brown facade, and the housekeeper and her husband were hovering, like unsure tenants on the face of the earth, ready to stammer a welcome. There was no communication between Ragby Hall and Tebershall village. None. No caps were touched. No curtsies bobbed. The colliers merely stared. The tradesmen lifted their caps to Connie as to an acquaintance, and nodded awkwardly to Clifford. That was all. Gulf impassable, and a quiet sort of resentment on either side. At first, Connie suffered from the steady drizzle of resentment that came from the village. Then she hardened herself to it, and it became a sort of tonic, something to live up to. It was not that she and Clifford were unpopular. They merely belonged to another species altogether from the colliers. Gulf impassable, breach indescribable, such as is perhaps non-existent south of the Trent, but in the Midlands and the industrial north, gulf impassable, across which no communication could take place. You stick to your side, I'll stick to mine. A strange denial of the common pulse of humanity. Yet the village sympathized with Clifford and Connie in the abstract. In the flesh it was, "You leave me alone," on either side. The rector was a nice man of about 60, full of his duty, and reduced, personally, almost to a non-entity by the silent, "You leave me alone," of the village. The miners' wives were nearly all Methodists. The miners were nothing, but even so much official uniform as the clergyman wore was enough to obscure entirely the fact that he was a man like any other man. No, he was Mr. Ashby, a sort of automatic preaching and praying concern. This stubborn, instinctive, "we think ourselves as good as you if you are Lady Chatterley," puzzled and baffled Connie at first extremely. The curious, suspicious, false amiability with which the miners' wives met our overtures, the curiously offensive tinge of, "Oh dear me, I am somebody now, with Lady Chatterley talking to me, but she needn't think I'm not as good as her for all that," which she always heard twanging in the women's half-fawning voices, was impossible. There was no getting past it. It was hopelessly and offensively nonconformist. Clifford left them alone, and she learned to do the same. She just went by without looking at them, and they stared as if she were walking a wax figure. When he had to deal with them, Clifford was rather haughty and contemptuous. One could no longer afford to be friendly. In fact, he was altogether rather supercilious and contemptuous of anyone not in his own class. He stood his ground, without any attempt at conciliation, and he was neither liked nor disliked by the people. It was just part of things, like the pit bank and the Ragby itself. But Clifford was really extremely shy and self-conscious now he was lamed. He hated seeing anyone except just the personal servants, for he had to sit in a wheeled chair with sort of a bath chair. Nevertheless, he was just as carefully dressed as ever, by his expensive tailors, and he wore the careful Bond Street neckties just as before, and from the top he looked just as smart and as impressive as ever. He had never been one of the modern ladylike young men, rather bucolic-like, or bucolic even, with his ruddy face and broad shoulders. But his very quiet, hesitating voice and his eyes at the same time told bold and frightened, assured and uncertain, revealed his nature. His manner was often offensively supercilious, and then again modest and self-effacing, almost tremulous. Connie and he were attached to one another in the aloof modern way. It was much too hurt in himself, the great shock of his maiming, to be easy and flippant. It was a hurt thing, and as such, Connie stuck to him passionately. But she could not help feeling how little connection he really had with people. The miners were, in a sense, his own men, but he saw them as objects rather than men, parts of the pit rather than parts of life, crude, raw phenomena rather than human beings along with him. He was in some way afraid of them. He could not bear to have them look at him now he was lame, and their queer, crude life seemed as unnatural as that of hedgehogs. He was remotely interested, but like a man looking down a microscope, or up a telescope, was not in touch. He was not in actual touch with anybody, save traditionally with Ragby, and through the close bond of family defense with Emma. Beyond this, nothing really touched him. Connie felt that she herself not really touch him. Perhaps there was nothing to get at ultimately, just the negation of human contact. I gotta get rid of this music. Oh my. Boom. He was remotely interested, but like a man looking down a microscope. Oh, this is the same one. Yet he was absolutely dependent on her. He needed her every moment. Big and strong as he was helpless. He could wheel himself about in the wheeled chair, and he had sort of a bath chair with a motor attachment, in which he could puff slowly around the park, but alone he was like a lost thing. He needed Connie to be there, to assure him he existed at all. Still, he was ambitious. He had taken to writing stories, curious, very personal stories about people he had known. Clever, rather spiteful, and yet, in some mysterious way, meaningless. The observation was extraordinary and peculiar, but there was no touch, no actual contact. It was as if the whole thing took place in a vacuum, and since the field of life is largely an artificially lighted stage today, the stories were curiously true to modern life, to the modern psychology, that is. Clifford was almost morbidly sensitive about these stories. He wanted everyone to think them good, of the best, ne plus ultra. They appeared in the most modern magazines, and were praised and blamed as usual. But to Clifford the blame was torture, like knives goading him. It was as if the whole of his being were in his stories. Connie helped him as much as she could. And at first she was thrilled. He talked everything over with her monotonously, insistently, persistently, and she had to respond with all her might. It was as if her whole soul and body and sex had to rouse up and pass into the theme of stories of his. This thrilled her and absorbed her. Of physical life they lived very little. She had to superintend the house, but the housekeeper had served Sir Geoffrey for many years, and the dried-up, elderly, superlatively correct female, you could hardly call her a parlor maid, or even a woman, who waited at table, had been in the house for 40 years. Even the very housemaids were no longer young. It was awful. What could you do with such a place, but leave it all alone? All these endless rooms that nobody used, all the Midlands routine, all the mechanical cleanliness and the mechanical order. Clifford had insisted on a new cook, an experienced woman who had served him in his rooms in London. For the rest, the place seemed run by mechanical anarchy. Everything went on in pretty good order, strict cleanliness, and strict punctuality, even pretty strict honesty. And yet to Connie it was a methodical anarchy. No warmth of feeling united it organically. The house seemed as dreary as a disused street. What could she do but leave? Or leave it alone? So she left it alone. Miss Chatterley came sometimes with her aristocratic thin face, and triumphed, finding nothing altered. She would never forgive Connie for ousting her from her union in consciousness with her brother. It was she, Emma, who should be bringing forth the stories, these books with him, the Chatterley stories, something new in the world that they, the Chatterleys, had put there. There was no other standard. There was no organic connection with the thought and expression that had gone before. Only some new in this world, the Chatterley books, entirely personal. Connie's father, where he paid a flying visit to Ragby, and in private to his daughter. As for Clifford's writing, it's smart, but there's nothing in it. It won't last. Connie looked at the burly Scottish knight who had done himself well all his life, and her eyes, her big, still wondering blue eyes, became vague. Nothing in it. What did he mean by nothing in it? If the critics praised it, and Clifford's name was almost famous, and it even brought in money, what did her father mean by saying there was nothing in Clifford's writing? What else could be there? For Connie had adopted the standard of the young. What there was in the moment was everything, and moments followed one another without necessarily belonging to one another. It was in her second winter at Ragby her father said to her, "I hope, Connie, you won't let circumstances force you into being a demi-virge." "A demi-virge?" replied Connie vaguely. "Why? Why not?" "Unless you like it, of course," said her father hastily. To Clifford he said the same. When the two men were alone, "I'm afraid it doesn't quite suit Connie to be a demi-virge." A half-virgin, replied Clifford, translating the phrase to be sure of it. He thought for a moment, then flushed very red. He was angry and offended. In what way doesn't it suit her? He asked stiffly. She's getting thin, angular. It's not her style. She's not the pilchard sort of little slip of a girl. She's a bonny Scotch trout. With the spots, of course, said Clifford. He wanted to say something later to Connie about the demiurge business, the half-virgin state of her affairs, but he could not bring himself to do it. He was at once too intimate with her, and not intimate enough. He was so very much at one with her in his mind and hers, but bodily they were non-existent to one another, and neither could bear to drag in the corpus delicti. They were so intimate, and utterly out of touch. Connie guessed, however, that her father had said something, and that something was in Clifford's mind. She knew that he didn't mind whether she were demiurge or demi-monde, so long as he didn't absolutely know, and wasn't made to see. What the eye doesn't see and the mind doesn't know doesn't exist. Connie and Clifford had now been nearly 2 years at Ragby, living their vague life of absorption in Clifford and his work. Their interest had never ceased to flow together over his work. They talked and wrestled in the throes of composition, and felt as if something were happening, really in the void. And thus far it was a life, in the void. For the rest of it was non-existence. Ragby was there, the servants, but spectral, not really existing. Connie went for walks in the park and in the woods that joined the park, and enjoyed the solitude and the mystery, kicking the brown leaves of autumn and picking the primroses of spring. But it was all a dream, or rather it was like the simulacrum of reality. The oak leaves were to her like oak leaves seen ruffling in a mirror. She herself was a figure somebody had read about, picking primroses that were only shadows or memories or words, no substance to her or anything, no touch, no contact. Only this life with Clifford, this endless spinning of webs of yarn, of the minutiae of consciousness. These stories Sir Malcolm said there was nothing in, and they wouldn't last. Why should there be anything in them? Why should they last? Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Sufficient unto the moment is the appearance of reality. Clifford had quite a number of friends, acquaintances really, and he invited them to Ragby. He invited all sorts of people, critics and writers, people who would help to praise his books, and they were flattered at being asked to Ragby, and they praised. Connie understood it all perfectly, but why not? This was one of the fleeting patterns in the mirror. What was wrong with it? She was hostess to these people, mostly men. She was hostess also to Clifford's occasional aristocratic relations, being a soft, ruddy, country-looking girl, inclined to freckles, with big blue eyes and curling brown hair, and a soft voice, and rather strong female loins. She was considered a little old-fashioned and womanly. She was not a little pilchard sort of fish, like a boy, with a boy's flat breast and a little buttocks. She was too feminine to be quite smart. So the men, especially those no longer young, were very nice to her indeed. But knowing what torture poor Clifford would feel at the slightest sign of flirting on her part, she gave them no encouragement at all. She was quiet and vague. She had no contact with them and intended to have none. Clifford was extraordinarily proud of himself. His relatives treated her quite kindly. She knew that the kindliness indicated a lack of fear, and that these people had no respect for you unless you could have frightened them a little. But again, she had no contact. She let them be kindly and disdainful. She let them feel they had no need to draw their steel in readiness. She had no real connection with them. Time went on. Whatever happened, nothing happened, because she was so beautifully out of contact. She and Clifford lived in their ideas and his books. She entertained. There were always people in the house. Time went on as the clock does, 8:30 instead of 7:30. When does this get good, man? This is kind of blah, blah, blah. Man, this is kind of a hard read. I'm not gonna lie. Hard read. La-di-da-di-da. Alright, I think I've sufficiently worn out my vocal cords for today. My tongue may be struggling to make out some words. It was a good workout today. Good workout. I feel like my voice is getting better, or my reading is getting somewhat better. Somewhat. I have a long way to go. To get where I really want to be is like, narrator level. And we're kind of way down on the rung, if you will. But we're working, and we're getting better. And one day we'll ascend to that tower, the powerful tower position. Anyway, I hope you guys have a lovely day or a lovely night wherever you are. I appreciate your follows. I appreciate your attention and your support. Thank you so much.